Welcome to Chunk Danny. This is my entire series from start to finish. There are a few tweaks due to some copyright issues, but nothing too big at all. This is generally a video to celebrate my 500 subscribers, and I've just finished my longest grind ever on this game. So to celebrate, I thought I would release my entire series for those of you who love a good binge. Thank you so much for all your support. 500 subs is a milestone, to be honest, I didn't think I would ever reach. So yeah, thank you and enjoy the video. Hello guys, and welcome to a new series on Old School RuneScape. This is actually my first series, so go easy on me. I've decided to make a one chunk account. Now basically this means that I have to finish a set of certain tasks and goals in one chunk as much as possible before leaving and doing the same in the next chunk. For example, in Lumbridge there is the defense cape and the woodcutting cape. So some people who start in the Lumbridge chunk have to get level 99 defense and level 99 woodcutting before they're able to leave. Now there are different sets of rules and regulations that you can set your own account. I will not be doing the skill capes, but I will be mostly doing the extreme version, which means doing the hardest, highest skill task that is absolutely possible, including green logging bosses. Now I wasn't sure where to start my one chunk account. I've seen Happary start his in Lumbridge, Verf in Corend, Frey in Canifis. I honestly wasn't sure, so I went onto the chunk picker account and I clicked a random chunk, roll me a random chunk, and I rolled Edgeville, and I thought Edgeville's a really cool chunk. There's obviously the dungeon, which has a lot of monsters, things to kill. There's also a lot of things to do. There's a thieving grind. There's yew trees, oak trees, willow trees. There's 2 different slayer monsters in this chunk as well. And I thought, that's a really cool chunk. So I am going to start my journey in Edgeville. So at the start of this video, I dropped all my stuff like the one chunk accounts do, and I made my way over to Edgeville and unlocked my first chunk. Had a quick look around. Obviously, like I said, there's the trees, oak trees, willow trees, yew trees, the dungeon that has rats, hobgoblins, hill giants, and obviously it has Obor as well, the hill giant boss. So that's already a lot of high skill requirements for this chunk. To burn a yew tree is going to be 60 fire making. I will then have to fletch a yew shield, which will be level 72 fletching. There is a way of thieving men, and then I will have to thieve a guard as well, so that'll be level 40 thieving. There is a way of cooking meat, obviously killing the rats, which I very nearly just died to, I might add. I literally killed 1 rat, and my method will be running to this range and eating the meat that I hopefully do not burn like I burned that one. So the highest cooking requirement in this chunk is level 58 cooking, which means killing about 7,500 rats and cooking them all. And that's basically the only method. The imps drop a pot of flour, which means I will have to cook a pita bread. So there's another chunk task. Now at the very start, I wanted to get my combat up a bit, get a bit of food, and get my prayer up by dropping all the bones. Just wanted to get started on a bit of combat, get my cooking up a bit, But it was a bit running back and forward between the range and the rats was taking a very long time. I had no energy, obviously, because I'm at level 1 agility. The run rate is very slow, and on every single journey to the rats I could kill 1, maybe 2, but I'd also nearly die. So I had to be very careful, and I did get down to 1 HP a few times. Nearly lost my hardcore status already to a giant rat. But the start of the account was basically killing rats and running to the range to cook it all. But cooking it proved to be a bit of an issue because most of the time I would burn at least half of the inventory, and I would be going to cook the meat at 2-3 HP, so I wouldn't be able to actually have generated enough HP from the meat to be able to go and kill rats again. And there's nothing really else I can do at the minute in this chunk that doesn't involve me having health. I can't go wood cutting because that requires me to get the wood cutting axes as drops from skeletons and thugs, which I obviously can't do yet. I can't go thieving because I will take damage, and I don't have the HP to be able to do that. So a lot of the early time was spent standing around waiting for my health to regen, just doing other stuff on maybe other accounts, or just chilling at home, just looking at my TV or playing on my Xbox or something like that. But slowly and slowly we started to get cooking levels, combat levels, the kills were getting a bit faster. We'd start cooking more rats per inventory, and suddenly we were able to be in combat all of the time instead of just some of the time. At level 15 cooking, we cooked 20 out of 27 meat in an inventory, and that's honestly really good. I was still taking loads of damage from the rats, but I was able to get full inventories of meat after this because I always had the food to be able to cover it. We were getting quite a few random events whilst we were killing the rats, and I got a Captain Arab random event where I got my first ring on the account. It wasn't a good ring, but it was still a ring. I had an extra slot on my wearable items, which honestly felt kind of good. I made a big error. I'd killed 300 or so rats, so I was kind of feeling myself. I wanted to try and kill something bigger, something tougher. So I went a bit further into the dungeon and I tried my luck at killing a zombie. Now, I initially thought that zombies dropped the axe that I needed to start wood cutting, so I killed one of them. However, this went very badly. I got absolutely destroyed and I ate all of my food, and my HP was dangerously low. However, I managed to make it back, and it turns out that there were skeletons that actually dropped the axe and not the zombies. So I nearly lost my account, killing the wrong mob. It was at this time that I decided to go back to the rats. Obviously I had the cooking goal, which is level 58. So for the time being, I might as well just kill the rats and work on getting the basic attack, strength and defense levels I need to be able to defend myself, as well as inching, I would say, closer to the cooking goal. I got my first maze random on the account. Now, I have seen other chunkmen do it, where instead of running to the center of the map, it has been more beneficial to them to find one of the chests located within the maze and loot it every minute for the remainder of the time. Every time you loot it, the percentage goes down by 1%, but you can also loot it every 1%. And they have things like defense potions, attack potions, strength potions, different types of runes, air runes, water runes, arrows, bolts. So for an account where it's impossible to get those things otherwise, I took the stance that it was beneficial for me to spend an hour and a half of my time stood here looting the same chest over and over again. And here is how much loot I got from the chest. A large amount of 2-day defense potions, 14, 6 attack potions, 5 strength potions, 250 air runes, 70 water runes, a whole bunch of iron and bronze arrows, just a whole bunch of things that are going to be very useful to me, things that it's going to be very difficult for me to otherwise come by. And after 1,358 giant rats, we had reached level 40 strength. So I was hitting 4s and 5s at this point, which was making it very quick to kill the rats. And then I got my first Bob random, where you get transported to a mysterious island where you have to cook fish that's already cooked, and then you have to uncook it and feed it to Bob. So after this, I was up to 7 fishing from one random event, which is actually so nice. You get 650 XP, fishing XP, and that is absolutely lovely for such an easy thing to do. So after 1,355 giant rats, I'd hit 20 attack, 20 defense and 40 strength. 700 rats later and we are at 45 strength. So the levels are getting slower, but we can basically one-shot some of the rats now. There is one rat here with 5 HP and 2 rats with 10. We can one-shot the one with 5 HP and kill the ones with 10 HP still very quickly. As we hit level 21 attack, we hit 200 total level on the account, which isn't hugely significant, but it looks very nice. And as we hit 25 attack, we hit 40 combat level. Now, I haven't mentioned it before, but there is Vanica, who requires a combat level of 40 to get a task from. So that is one of the chunk tasks on this account. Get a Slayer task from Vanica. So I run over to Vanica to get a task, and he gives me probably one of the worst tasks I could have imagined: cow fights. Cow fights are a very long way away from my chunk in Alcarid, past Alcarid actually, and it's going to be a very long time before I get anywhere close to them. So that may be a case of lamping Slayer to a certain level before I can actually kill some monsters. But also because if I hit the western cow fight entrance instead of the eastern Slayer one, I will have to greenlog cow fight queen, which I can tell you right now is going to be an absolute horror story, because if I haven't lost my hardcore status by then, I would definitely lose it then, and I'm not looking forward to that at all. I wasn't entirely sure what I wanted to lamp, but I decided in the end that I was going to lamp smithing. Smithing is a skill that is technically possible in my chunk. There are monsters that drop copper and tin ore at a rate of either 164 or 101 and 128, I can't remember which. But it is not viable to train smithing in that way. It's possible, but it's not viable. There is a task to smith, to use the furnace to make a steel bar, but I believe that would take far too long. So my goal is to lamp smithing enough to get to 15 so that I can at least make an iron bar. I got 50 strength just from killing rats, and I got another count check, which I put again on smithing, meaning I'm closing in on level 2, not quite there yet. We're hitting a fairly big milestone in this clip. We are hitting our 4,000th rat killed. Now basically we have been doing combat or cooking for the entirety of this account so far, and so far it has taken 30 hours of in-game time to kill 4,000 rats. Now I believe there's about another 4,000 to go, so we're about halfway, but the second half will be much quicker than the first. That's the only positive I can think of. Another nice milestone that we're hitting here is 40 attack. That's now 50 strength, 40 attack. I can now wield rune weapons. Now I don't think I will be getting a rune weapon until we have killed Obor, and Obor has dropped one. But that is very nice to see, 40 attack and 50 strength. Now it's time to train defense and work on getting the requirements for rune armor. I decided it was time for a change of scenery and decided to start killing some skeletons that drop the iron axe. We got an iron med helm drop, which is currently my best possible helmet I can get right now. So I've got my first armor, and that feels very nice, even though it is not a good helmet. I reached level 33, which I believe to be the level that I stopped burning the rat meat at, so we can get a definitive answer on how many rats we need to kill to hit our level 58 goal. It would take 6,874 more rat meat to make it to my goal, but I had 3,875 in the bank already, which practically means I need to kill another 3,000 giant rats to get my goal of 58 cooking, which actually isn't too bad at all. It shouldn't take me too long. Ah yes, finally! We have got the iron axe drop from the skeletons. I was starting to think it didn't actually drop it because it's a 1 in 64 and we'd killed over 200. But that is so good to get. I can finally start my woodcutting grind. After getting the iron axe drop from the skeletons, I moved over to the thugs, which is just past the wilderness gate. These drop the steel axe, which I also believe is a 1 in 64 drop. But training at thugs is actually really good. They are aggressive and they also have 18 HP with low attack. So you can sit there and train quite comfortably. I know I'm not going to die here because I basically can't get attacked. I just run 1 square south and I'm safe. They also drop a good amount of herbs, obviously, which I can't use yet, and a few other things, coins, iron swords, things like that, steel axes. So I'm just going to camp here until I get this steel axe, and then I've got my best possible, best in slot axe for this chunk. I also just hit level 40 defense, so that's now 40 attack, 40 defense and 50 strength. I will now be focusing on strength because when it comes to killing the hill giants, which I will have to kill loads of, I would like to focus on having as much DPS as possible so I can kill as many as I can before I run out of food. Ah yes, there is the steel axe. Finally, we got it on kill count 62, which I believe is just under the drop rate, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it's a 1 in 64, but I can't remember if that's the iron axe. Either way, I'm so happy we finally got the steel axe. We can now start our woodcutting grind. I believe we're going to get quite a high woodcutting level because we have to get 72 fletching and 60 fire making, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get 75 to 80 woodcutting, somewhere in that region. But it's good that we can finally do something that is not killing rats. So we got level 6 wood cutting, and it honestly didn't take too long at all, probably just about 2 invents of normal logs. But now we have 6 wood cutting, we can get rid of the iron axe that took us 200 skeleton kills to get. It's over just like that, and we can now use the steel one, which will be a bit quicker. And there is level 15 wood cutting coming in. We can now cut oak logs, significantly faster XP, and you can cut multiple logs from the same tree, which is very nice. However, fletching from level 1 is very painfully slow. We got 15 wood cutting and only level 5 fletching so far. So we're probably going to be level 25 or so wood cutting before we can even move on to the oak trees, which is a bit of a pain, but it's got to be done. So we've just hit level 15 fire making and level 15 fletching, so now we can move over to the oak trees. There is an oak tree just there, but we can't actually get to it because we have to go out of our chunk. So I'm not sure if there's another one, but it looks like we're going to be training on this singular sad oak tree for the time being. But it's nice and AFK, much more AFK than the normal trees, so I can just click every couple of seconds instead of every second. Nice and easy. Nice milestone coming in, level 30 fletching and also level 350 total level. It's not a huge milestone as before, but it's still just a nice level to see. It just shows we're making a bit of progress now. You love to see it. And now 40 wood cutting, still on the oak tree until we have 35 fletching and we've got 30 fire making, and then it'll be willows all the way to the top. 35 fletching, we can now make willow short bows, so we can now move on to fire making, and we're nearly done on the oak trees. And there it is, level 30 fire making. We now have all the requirements, fletching, wood cutting and fire making to make stuff with willow trees, so we can now ditch the oak tree and move on to the willows. We're going to be at the willows for quite a long time until we reach probably 75 to 80 wood cutting. I haven't worked it out fully, but I know it's going to be at least level 75, so got that to look forward to. We're going to be using one singular willow tree the whole way, just like the oak tree. One tree, 20 odd thousand logs. Let's go. So we just got level 40 fletching making willow short bows, and I'm not sure if I should be banking the logs and then fletching at the end all at the same time, or if I should fletch the logs walking to the bank. I feel like I'm just wasting time by fletching them each inventory. I think personally I would rather fletch them all together at the end. I feel like it'd be more easier to get in a rhythm of banking all the logs, banking all the logs, banking all the logs, fletching them at the end and fire making at the end, just so I've got the core wood cutting out of the way. I think that would benefit me greater, to be honest. We have a big level coming in here, probably the biggest milestone on the account so far. If I can cut the last log, there we go, level 60 wood cutting coming in. We can now cut yew trees, so I'm going to go over to the yew tree now, just to see how long it's actually going to take to cut one log, because I'm pretty sure it's much slower than cutting willows, so I just want to see how long it's going to take. Plus, it is a chunk goal to cut a yew log, as it's the highest tier tree in the chunk. So once we've cut this log, we have got one chunk task out of the way. Man, it took such a long time to cut that U-log, and that is not something that I would look to be doing as a training method. So we have nearly 2,000 willow logs banked, and I believe to get to 72 fletching it's going to take 20,000 logs, and then it's another 2,000 after that to get to level 60 fire making. So we've got another 20,000 logs to go. It looks like we're going to get 77 or 78 wood cutting, so we're making good progress, but there's a really long way to go. So we've got the jail random event. Now I do believe, although this teleports you briefly to your nil, this doesn't this isn't against the rules of the chunk account. I believe this is something that they were allowed to do. So going off that, I did it, and I got a massive 160 coins. So there we go, well worth it. As the levels keep going up, they're starting to take longer, but at the same time we're cutting logs quicker and quicker every level. So it's noticeably quicker than it was a few levels ago, but it's still taking a long time. I'm not getting much XP per hour. I'd probably say about 15k on average, maybe slightly lower than that. I am working at the same time, but as we get more logs cut, more levels, we're getting loads of birds' nests as well. We are getting a lot of beginner clues. We can't do any of them, obviously. We're still hunting that barbarian village step just in case we roll that chunk next, but we still haven't got that yet. We've got more than, I would say, 50. We got 30 at the rats and probably about 20 woodcutting. That's levels 64, 65 and level 66 woodcutting coming in. There's quite a long time in between levels. Like I said, it's probably about 15k an hour, so it's getting 4+ hours per level. We're putting in quite long days at this point. Got 6-hour log twice yesterday, so it's going slow, but we're committed to the grind. So we got an easy clue there from a clue nest. There are, I believe, 3 easy clue sets we can do in Edgeville, but we're yet to get one we can do. I think I've had about 5 or so easy clues so far, and we've had to drop them all, which is quite annoying, but I'm sure we'll get one eventually we can do. And level 67 woodcutting, the XP per hour is creeping up slowly but surely, but we are getting close to 70 woodcutting now, which would be a very nice milestone. Right, we've got our first mystery box on the account. Now, I want a mithril scimitar or a rune spear like Happery got in his Lumbridge one chunk account. Please, give me something good. Give me something I can use. Please. Bless with RNG. Ah! I got a bloody cabbage. Well, hopefully we'll get luckier in the next one. 68 wood cutting coming in. Another nice level to grab. Every level at this point is nice. It's taken a while, but we're getting there. We just got an elite clue scroll from this willow tree. Now I think I might have another couple of clue scrolls banked, so I'm not sure if that changes the rates, but I think it's very rare to get an elite clue from willow trees. Now the task for this elite clue is to kill a crocodile. That's probably the only step I can actually do, so I'm actually going to bank it and keep it, because once I get the desert to unlock the cow fights, I won't be far away from where the crocodiles go. So I'm actually going to keep that. That's kind of interesting to keep. I don't think I've mentioned it before, but I've got the full beekeeper's outfit now. So whenever I get the beekeeper random, I'm guaranteed to get flax. which, as there are no flax fields around where I am, it's actually my only way of obtaining it. And as I've got a high fletching level, once I unlock a magic tree, I can get a magic shortbow, just like that, and that's going to be so good for me. We have just got the nicest level on the account, 69 woodcutting. It's the sec number. Nice. Another easy clue obtained from the willow tree, and another easy clue that I can't do. It's getting quite frustrating at this point. We have dropped quite a few now, but hopefully it would just be a matter of time before we get what we can actually do. We got an exam random, which we're going to put on smithing again. We are now 10 XP away from level 2, which is very nice, because at the next genie, the next count check, or the next book, we will get a level. Our first big boy level of the account coming in now. Level 70 woodcutting. That's so nice to see, considering the account's only about a week to 2 weeks old at this point. Having the level 70 skill just looks so nice. We've got about 8 more woodcutting levels to go before we reach our goal. Each level's taken a mission right now to complete, but we're slowly getting through it. One push, 8 levels, we can do this. Another beekeeper random and another nice amount of flax. Flax is a really good way to train crafting at an early level once you've unlocked the spinning wheel, so that's very nice to get. I'm very happy with the amount of bee events we're getting. Let's carry on. Decided to break up a bit of the wood cutting by getting my tinderbox out the bank and just burning some logs as we cut them. It breaks up a bit of wood cutting constantly. It is getting a bit dire, a bit dull, a bit tedious, just standing at the same tree cutting the same logs over and over again. So decided to just burn some logs, get some quick levels. Dopamine, level go up, number go up. You love to see it. We're at 40 fire making now. It really shouldn't take long to get any fire making levels. It's very quick. It's just a boring skill to train, but the levels are going up, you can't complain. Level 71 woodcutting coming in. On RuneScape, every 7 levels is basically double the XP. So if we're getting 78 for our goal, we've just hit 71, we're halfway. We have to cut the same amount of logs again. 44 fire making coming in on the same log. That's actually really nice. Pretty cool to get 2 levels in about 5 seconds. Dopamine. But we're halfway. This is what I've been waiting for, a genie random event. We can finally put another lamp onto smithing, and we have got level 2 smithing. That's taken about, what, 4 in-game days to get enough lamps for level 2. I know at level 2 you get double the XP you get at level 1, so level 2 should theoretically go quicker than level 1. But it's nice to get a level other than woodcutting and fire making for a change. It's actually incredible how much faster the skills that come out of woodcutting are rather than woodcutting. So much faster to do fire making, so much faster to do fletching than actually cutting the logs. It's actually kind of ridiculous, the disparity in the XP levels. But we've just hit 45 fire making, we've got 15 levels to go until we've reached our goal with that. So we're actually closing in on that one as well. Okay, we have got our second mystery box. The first one was a cabbage. Can I get the mythal scimitar I want? Can I get the rune spear I want? They're both really rare. Can I get something I can actually use? The tension's killing me here. Just getting some good luck from the clan. And we get an onion. We've got 2 mystery boxes, 1 cabbage and 1 onion. The game is trolling me. Level 72 woodcutting, and we have an easy clue scroll. We haven't looked at that yet. Is it a scroll we can do? Is it finally a step that we can do in our chunk? Time to check. No, another step we can't do. Another easy clue we're going to have to drop. The woodcutting continues. Level 50 fire making coming in right now. I think we're going to hold it there, and I'm just going to focus on woodcutting, because once I've got the woodcutting out the way, the fletching and the fire making are just going to breeze by. So it's nice to get level 50, but I think we're just going to focus on the woodcutting from now on. And it will not be too much longer, I hope, until we can start fire making and fletching again. I've been playing RuneScape for about 15 years, if you include back in 2003, etc. I've never seen this random event. I've never ever done this random event in my life. That is so strange to me. I know they haven't added new ones, but how have I never seen this? I know I'm not exactly a hardcore player, but what the hell? We got a hard clue scroll now from the trees. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to do it. No, we can't do it. We're just going to have to drop it. I've seen every tier of clue scroll now, I believe. It's quite cool to see, but yeah, we can't do it. Level 73 woodcutting coming in. The Boaty number, where he got smacked to 73 by skill specs, I believe it was. But nice. 5 levels to go. 5 levels to go. We're nearly there. And now level 74 woodcutting. It's just standing still at the same tree all day for about 6 days in a row. Some 12-hour days. This grind will not kill me. It's not as bad as some of the other one chunks that they've had to do, where they're using bronze axes and they have to get like level 90. I can't really complain. I've got a steel axe. It's just taken forever. I can't wait till this is over. I've just hit 75 woodcutting. That is such a nice level to get. Once we unlock the magic trees, we can cut magic trees on an account that I've had for little over a week and a half, I believe, at this point. Such a nice level to get. It looks so nice. 3 levels to go. We're so close now. 75 woodcutting with a steel axe. We're getting there. It's still taking a while to cut logs, but we are just about to hit level 76. 76 woodcutting, 2 levels to go. I would be getting more XP per hour if I was paying attention, but I'm actually working at the same time, so it's actually kind of nice to be able to just AFK a goal while I do other things like work. 2 levels to go, and a bit. We've got about 6,000 more logs to go. If I had access to the Wizard's Tower, I would have just finished Imp Catcher's quest. I've got all 4 beads. I only got 2 duplicates, which is very nice. Normally you get about 9 of one bead when you're only hunting the other one. All 4 beads collected, so when I eventually get to the Wizard's Tower, I will have an amulet, but that will probably be a very long way off. 20,000 logs banked. That's such a nice number to look at in the bank. 20,000 willow logs. Got about 2,000 left to knock out both goals. 2,000, we're 10/11ths of the way. We're really close. I think I missed level 77 woodcutting. I can't seem to find the recording of it anywhere, but there is level 78. That is the last level we're going to get. We need to cut about 500 more logs, so we've got 22,000. But we've hit the level we need. We're there, we've done it. It's probably about another hour or 2 getting the last 500 or so logs. We've done it. Now we just need to cut the last few logs, then we can fire, make and fletch. And then we've cut out all of the goals at the same time. Ah, it's beautiful. Another easy clue. Can we do it? No. Another one we can't do. Another one we're going to have to drop. Still not a single step I can do yet. It's getting kind of frustrating. And with that last inventory, we have 22,000 willow logs banked. That is enough to get 72 fletching and 60 fire making. All that now is required is for me to put the time in to do the fletching and fire making themselves. We do not need to do any more wood cutting. We've gone from 1 to 78 with an iron and steel axe. It's taken 9 days. I started last Friday and it's now the following Sunday. And I'm not gonna lie, I've done a couple of 12+ hour days of just solid wood cutting. It's gonna be so nice to get fast levels. I'm so happy the wood cutting's out of the way. It looks so nice to have 78 wood cutting, but I'm so glad it's done. After wood cutting for so long, it's so nice to get quick levels. We've gone from like 46 I believe to 50 fletching in literally about 10 minutes. 50 fletching, we can now make maple short bows, which is very nice because we might need to make that for range training. But they're going so quickly now, it won't be long before we're done. Level 52 fletching coming in. Level 54 fletching coming in. Level 57 fletching coming in. Now make maple shields. And level 60 fletching coming in. We can now make adamant arrows. That's another nice level to have on the account. Another 60+ level. We will be getting 70+ soon, but it's still just nice to see a level 60. It really is. And now level 65 fletching. We can now make U short bows, I believe. Nice and quick levels. It's only taken a couple of hours so far to get about 20 levels. It should take a few hours, maybe 5-6 hours to get to the goal of 72. It will not be long. Another nice level about to drop, level 69 fletching, the level that is required to make the rune crossbow. Obviously I have no way of getting the runite limbs, but being able to make my own rune crossbow is something that I'm hoping to do at some point in the future. It's going to be very big for the account and it's nice to have that level. And now a level that is synonymous with a big money maker. Making U longbows is a good way of making a lot of money on an Iron Man account. We've just hit level 70, so we can now make U longbows whenever we want. Obviously we can't string them yet, but that's another problem for another day. We can now make U longbows and that is fantastic. 71 fletching. 1 level to go. It'll probably take us over an hour to get the last level, but we are so close to being done, so close. And that is the final fletching level, about to drop. Level 72 fletching. I've already announced it to the group chat. It's beautiful. It's what we've slaved for the past 10 days. It looks great. We now have the level to be able to complete the fletching chunk goal for Edgeville. Now if we go into the bank, we will see that we have about 2,000 logs left. That is pretty much the amount of logs that we need to get 60 fire making. So I'll quickly knock that out in a minute and then we will complete the fire making and fletching chunk goals at the same time. We're at the finishing line, ladies and gents. And with that final willow log, we have reached level 60 fire making, meaning we can now burn yew logs. So I'm going to burn a yew log now, which is the fire making task for this chunk completed. And I'm going to make a yew shield, which is the fletching task for this chunk completed as well. I can equip it obviously because it's a level 40 defense. So right, I now have my best in slot shield for quite a while. I would just like to see how many men I'm going to have to thieve before I actually hit level 40 thieving, and the game is telling me that I'm going to have to thieve 4,616 more times. That's going to take a while. There's level 10 thieving. And there's level 20 thieving. Steve UK 87, thank you so much for the good luck message, bro. Wherever you are a legend. I missed the recording, but we've just hit total level 500. I'm nearly a quarter of the way to maxing. And we're just about to hit level 30 thieving, with just less than 3,000 pickpockets to go. Another Captain Arrow random event, and we get a gold necklace, which looks much nicer than that tatty brass necklace I've been wearing. Beautiful. 4 hours later, we have 35 thieving. We have about 1,800 thieves to go, which is roughly 2/3 of the way, so not much longer to go. It took roughly 45 minutes to go from level 35 to level 37, so we probably have about an hour and a half to get the last 3 levels. Let's go. Just coming back from our second Bob random event. I was a bit confused the first time, but the second time was much quicker, and that takes us up to level 10 fishing. Lovely. I ran out of the cooked meat that I had due to the damage I was taking from thieving men, so I cooked some more of the raw meat I had in the bank, and we hit level 40 cooking. We can now cook lobsters. Not that I will be getting any raw lobsters anytime soon, but it's still a nice level to have. We are just about to hit level 38 thieving, and with that level comes the ability to pickpocket master farmers, which is an Iron Man's best way, in the early stages anyway, of obtaining seeds. That could be very important a bit down the line. And with that last pickpocket, we hit level 40 thieving. We can now pickpocket from guards. There is a guard just north of the house I've been pickpocketing the men in, so we'll do that straight away. I think it took about 7 hours in start to finish. Can we pickpocket? No, we can't. We failed the first one. Can we do it the second time? Yes, we can. Perfect. So the thieving goal for this chunk is now complete. And that takes us right back to where we were for most of the first episode, which is back in the giant rat pit. We've just hit level 45 hit points, which takes us up to level 55 combat level, and I believe we've got roughly 3,000 more rats to kill, so this should go a lot quicker than the first 4,500 due to the fact we've got much higher levels now. You can see I'm just pretty much one-shotting them all because I'm a beast. Let's get on. In the first episode I was running between the bank and the range, which took about 20 to 30 seconds per inventory. So if you can do that in the background, my cat is just having a sneezing fit. But this is saving a lot of time by just making a fire right outside the bank, and we've just hit level 45 cooking, giving us the capabilities of being able to cook swordfish. Got another beekeeper's random, and due to the fact that we have the full outfit, we now are guaranteed flax every time, which is very nice for early crafting XP. We now have 68 flax in the bank. One more bone until we unlock our first protection prayer. 37 prayer. We can now use protect from magic. It will not be useful in this chunk, but it'll be useful in future chunks. That is so nice to have. And we've got that all from killing rats. That's how many giant rats we've killed. We have protection prayers just from killing rats. It's up a clue scroll, which is in the Lumbridge chunk, and because of the Weka canoe we are able to get there and back, so there is a potentially unlockable chunk for us, which means that I'm going to keep this beginner's clue just in case we unlock the Lumbridge chunk next, as we have had about 30 to 40 beginner's clue scrolls so far that we have been unable to do, so I'm going to keep this one just in case we roll that next. 5,000 giant rats killed now. We have set ourselves a target of 7,500 so we can get the cooking level we need. So that means we are 2/3 of the way to the goal. 5,000 giant rats killed. That's a nice number to see. Got another prison Yanil random event, and we got a nice reward of 320 coins. That's probably one of the better ones I've had so far. Normally you get like 80 coins or something, so at least this is a little bit more worthwhile my time. And another prayer level coming in, level 38 prayer. That's a few hundred kills in between prayer levels now, so it's taken a while. 56 combat as well. We're only 2 levels away from protect from missiles, which is the prayer we will be using when we face Obor. And a strength level that's just come in, level 53. I think I'm going to go all the way to level 60 before I start leveling attack and defense more. So we're just halfway to level 60, we have to do the same again. But we're getting there, the levels are coming up and the kills are getting quicker. We got one of the pinball troll random events and we got rewarded with 5 rubies. That's such a nice reward, so when I can make jewellery I'll be able to make rings of forging if I can get my hand on some gold bars, and that'll be very nice when we start to train our smithing. We can make iron bars without failing with those 5 rubies, so that is really nice. 47 hit points. We got a maze random event, and instead of looting the chest every minute for 100 minutes like in the first episode, we decided to get the reward from the middle, and we got 5 nature runes, 353 iron arrows and 6 mithril ore. The arrows are really nice, although I don't have any access to a bow at the moment, and when I have the capabilities of training smithing I will have to make those into mithril bars. Another strength level, level 54 strength. Level 39 prayer coming in, 1 level to go until we reach protect from missiles. But this room is actually so nice. There's 3 rats and there's 4 bones spawned around the outside, so even when the rats are all dead and waiting to respawn, we can still walk around the outside and get some free prayer XP. It's going a lot quicker than I thought it would. Now 1 level to go until protect from range. Level 55 strength. We're getting strong now. 511 rats until the next level. Let's keep going. Another troll random, and this time we get 5 sapphires, which will be used to make rings of recoil or maybe an amulet of magic in the future, but it's a really nice way of getting gems, probably my best way right now. And another hit points level, this time level 48. And many giant rats later, we have reached level 40 prayer, the level that we can use to protect from missiles, which will be so important when we fight Obor in the future. If you had told me 3 weeks ago that I would get protect from range purely from killing rats in Edgeville dungeon, I would have called you a madman, but here we are. Another strength level, level 56. Another beekeeper random means more free flax. How many do I get this time? 5. That's generally not worth my time. We just got our last piece of the camo gear random event, and I decided to look at my collection log, and it turns out that I've finished every single set except the mime set and of course the stale baguette, but that's pretty much 3 or 4 full outfits, and that's pretty cool. Just one more set to go. And we get one more prayer level. We are now up to level 41 prayer. This is the last level we will get whilst killing these giant rats. So we've come a long way, all the way from level 1. We've currently got level 57 cooking banked. We just need to get the last few. Level 58 requires 10,500 XP and it's 30 each. So it's probably about 350 more rats to kill, and then this grind is finally over. Level 49 hit points. This will be the last HP level of the giant rat grind. It feels good. And now we have level 57 strength, which is the last combat level we will be getting before the giant rat goal is finished. I believe we have about 150 or so more to kill, so we'll just grind these out quickly and then we'll go and cook everything. That was the last inventory of the giant rats. We now have enough meat to get level 58 cooking. That was such a long grind, but it's now done. That was probably more tedious than the woodcutting, because with the woodcutting I could click once every few minutes, but with that I had to click every few seconds. Every time I killed a rat I had to pick the meat up, bury the bones, go around the room burying more bones, kill all the rats, and it took such a long time. But we are done. It is now time to cook it all, so it will probably take a few hours, but once we've cooked it all we can then start fighting the hill giants. We got a dunce random which gives us a book of XP, and we're going to put it on smithing, and now I believe we're only one more away from level 3. Level 50 cooking coming in. The cooking levels are so much quicker than the combat levels. It's beautiful. Level 55 cooking. We can now make anchovy pizzas, which I don't think I've ever made one of before, but there's only 3 levels to go and then we're done. And now for a wholesome bit of content. I've been in mod 317 for the entirety of my playtime on this one chunk account, and whilst I've been here I've met 3 lads who are doing a very similar challenge to me, but they are all working together in a group Ironman to work together to achieve every goal in the chunk before they finish. Now they've all been very supportive, and I told them that I was making a video and they subscribed, and he asked if he could be in it, and obviously I'm not going to say no to that. I don't have an ego, so I'm just so grateful for the support. So he came by to watch me get level 58 cooking, so I'm just going to go to the bank and grab the last remaining meat out. I'm going to dress up for the occasion. I'm going to put my chef hat on. I'm going to start a fire, and I'm going to cook the last 10. Let's do a countdown. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Level 58 cooking. Oh my goodness, I can now cook pita bread. Let's do a spin, let's do one more, let's do a headbang, let's rock the fuck out. Now I don't think I can actually burn the pita bread, but I need to make sure I make the right dough here, because otherwise I'll have to kill another 50 odd imps to get another pot of flour. Right, I just need to make the right dough. Here we go, better dough, yes, use the dough on the range. Yes, I've done it.
It's done. Yes, Mr. Frodo. It's over now.
I just wanted to put a quick clip in the video just thanking everybody who's made it this far, and for everyone who has shown me support from the first episode. For the first couple of weeks I got about 30 new subscribers, which may not sound a lot, but that basically doubled my subscriber count. And after the video had been out for a couple of weeks, suddenly overnight I got an extra 40 or 50 in a couple of days, as well as an extra 500 views, which took me past 100 subscribers. Now to most people that's really not a huge milestone, but to me, I've wanted to make YouTube videos for a long time, but everything that I posted kind of flopped. So I just wanted to thank everybody who has given my content a chance, and if you do like the content, let me know anything I could do better. Give me suggestions down below, like and comment, even drop a subscription if you feel like it. It would truly mean the world to me. Thank you. Recording my first hill giant kill. Can I get really lucky and get a curve bone on the very first kill? I highly doubt it, but let's see. Hitting loads of zeros. We're gonna get lucky? No. So that's the first kill of, it could be many thousands. We're gonna be staying at hill giants until we've got at least one giant key, one long bone and one curved bone. The curved bone is 1 in 5,000, which is by far the rarest, and even on my main account, which has nearly 180 days of game time, I've never got one, so I'm not sure how long I'm expecting to be here. Oh my god, I wasn't paying attention. I've got 4 HP. Okay, I'm just going to drink this beer and try and get back to the bank. These hobgoblins can aggro, but I don't think they can hit 5, so I should just be okay to walk past them and get back to the bank. I need to be more careful because I'm going to end up losing my status in a stupid way. And here's the first strength level of the hill giant kills, level 58. Ah, that's nice. We've got the longbone drop. That's the first of the 3 collection lots that we're going for. It is the second rarest, the most common being the giant ski, which is 1 in 128. The longbone is 1 in 400, and we've got it on kill number 122. Very nice. We got a book random event, and we're gonna chuck it onto smithing, which is gonna get us level 3, slowly creeping up. We missed the level again. I am so bad at recording these levels, but we've just hit level 50 hit points. That is so nice. Level 50. And there is the first prayer level of the Hill Giants grind. Level 42 prayer. We're now 1 level from protect from melee, and I'll soon have every protection prayer that we need. There it is, that's what we've been waiting for. Giant key has been acquired. I was beginning to think that they didn't actually drop from the Hill Giants as we've killed 274, but we finally get our first of many giant keys. I'm so happy and a bit relieved, to be honest, because we were more than double the drop rate. Giant key number 2, about 50 kills after the first one. Hopefully the floodgates open now and we can start getting a lot more. We actually got the recorder on in time to capture the level. That's level 51 hit points. Giant key number 3 coming in. It's crazy how RNG works. It takes nearly 300 for the first one, and then in the next 100 kills we've got 3. Kinda crazy. I wasn't really paying attention, so I looked back at my screen and thought we had a curved bone lying on the floor waiting for us, but no, it was actually the second long bone. In just about 400 kills we've got 2, so we're being spooned a bit. But I thought it was the curved one. Nice big level coming in here, level 60 strength. We're going to switch to attack now because we have been hitting a lot of zeros, and it would be nicer to get quicker kills because we are wasting a lot of the food we have made and we don't want to go back to the rats to get more. But it's nice to have level 60 strength. And with that latest attack level we have reached level 48 attack, and that takes us to total level 575. It's just a nice looking number. Decided to have a break from Hill Giants to chop some trees while I'm doing some work, and we got an easy clear scroll that again we have to drop because we cannot do it. And we also get level 79 woodcutting. I must have missed the clip where we got 43 prayer, which is hugely annoying, but we've just hit level 44, which now has unlocked Eagle Eye, which will be very useful in the future. However, I do not have access to a bow right now, otherwise that would be very useful. There it is, our 10th giant key. In how many kills? 8, just less than 850, which is massively below the drop rate because it's 1 in 128, so we're averaging 1 every 85 kills, which is really lucky, to be honest. I'm very happy to have that many, but still no curved bone. I can't actually be upset right now because I'm nowhere near the drop rate. I'm not even a fifth of the way towards the drop rate, but please just give it to me early. Missed the level, but it's level 53 hit points and level 64 combat. The third longbone coming in, we are massively below the drop rate still, just less than 900 kills, and we've got 3 longbones. If this is a theme to go on, then hopefully I'll get the curved bone before 5k, but RNG doesn't work like that, does it? Having to post commentate this clip because we had a clip that had us getting 50 attack, but that seems to have errored and I can't put it in the video. So we've got 50 attack, and now we're training defense. Going to get defense up to level 50 before training strength again, and there's just level 42 defense coming in, and there's level 45 defense. Level 47 defense coming in. It's been about 7 levels since we've got any notable drops. We have had 0 giant keys in that time, so the keys are drying up a bit, but we are still ahead of the drop rate, I believe. Another genie. I've had quite a lot of genies recently, and we're going to whack this on smithing just the same as all the other ones, and we're getting closer to level 5. Oh my god, I don't believe it. We've just got rune javelins from the hill giants. Not that they're of any use to me, but they are rarer than the curved bone. They are 1 in 5,400. Why couldn't that have been the curved bone, man? Coming in at the end of this kill, level 45 prayer, and oh my god, we've got a long bone on the same kill. I was just setting the recorder up to capture level 45 prayer, and we get a long bone on the same drop. That's actually crazy to get that at the exact time I had the recorder up, but there we go, 45 prayer. So I tried to kill a black demon with my best weapon, which was a steel longsword, and obviously if I straight up just straight up fight the black demon, then I'm going to get destroyed, because they can hit, I think they can hit 20s or 15s, something like that. But after about 7 to 8, maybe 9 minutes, I couldn't hit it. 50 attack, 60 strength, and it's still just basically full HP, and every time I took a bit of damage off, it took so long again that it would regenerate the damage that I dealt to it. So like, I don't think it's possible for me to kill one. Maybe I should train my magic up, but at the minute I only have about 100 or so mind runes. So I don't think magic's a viable option to try and kill one either. Hill giants only drop 3 mind runes at a time, and I think it's 1 in 64. So I won't get many mind runes from them. An alternative is to kill the men. There are a lot of men in that hut above the bank, and they drop 9 mind runes every 1 in 64, so that could be a potential way of getting more runes to be able to kill one. But one of my chunk tasks is to get a rune chain body and a black sword, as those would be my current best in slot if I'm not going to be able to kill Obor. So I've got a lot to think about. Maybe trying to get my stats up and maybe trying again at 60 attack, but right now it's impossible. Here I am getting level 50 defense, just training on some hobgoblins because they're aggressive, and I'm just doing some work, so it's nice and easy training whilst I am working. At the end of another hill giant trip, we get a genie on the way back to the bank. As usual, we're going to put this on smithing, and now we are only 1 lamp away from getting level 5. So we've just got a loot path from the hill giants, and I'm pretty sure this is very, very rare to get. I'm just going to check the wiki quick, but I believe this is rarer than 1 in 5k. I think this is the same as the rune javelins, which if so is quite crazy, because we've got 2 1 in more than 5k drops in less than 1300 hill giants, which to me is absolutely insane. I just wish it was the curved bone. I haven't seen a chaos talisman drop yet, so I believe this is quite rare as well. In turns out it's not as rare as the 1 in 5k, it's only 1 in 1.8k, still pretty rare though. Level 55 hit points coming in. We had a troll random event and we got 5 emeralds, which is going to be very nice in the future when we can make jewelry rings, when hopefully we unlock the chunks that allow us to use the dueling rings. Very, very nice. And there's level 61 strength coming in. Since we got 50 attack and 50 defense, we're going back on the strength grind. So we're going to probably get to maybe level 65, maybe level 70 before we train attack and defense again. And there's my first giant key in about 300 or 400 kills. We've now got 12 in just over 1500, so we're getting back to the actual drop rate after we were spooned for the first 10. We got 10 in about 850 kills, and then since then we've got 4 in about 700 kills. And just I'm chatting to another one of the One Chunk clan members who's also around the Edgeville chunk about how we could potentially solve the black demon problem. We get our 5th longbone. That's 5 longbones in 1600 kills. Level 62 prayer. We're closing in on 600 total level, and our max hit is now 8 with an iron mace. I'm not sure at what level it will become 9, but we're starting to kill them a bit faster, taking less damage and hitting more often. Longbone number 6, 100 kills after the 5th one. My last kill of the trip has been interrupted by a count check. Now I'm very low HP, so I need to make sure I don't actually die here, because that would signal the end of my hardcore journey. I don't really want to waste too many prayer points because there's no way of restoring them, so I am going to just run away, and I'm going to flick pray melee while I run past the hobgoblins, because I've learned from my last mistake and they can actually hit 5, so we just need to be a bit careful here. Play a bit safe, don't risk the hardcore status for no reason. Okay, we're safe. And we're actually going to use the lamp now, and we've reached level 5. And here is level 63 strength. That also takes us up to level 600 total level. That's actually a really nice milestone to get. We've gone from base 1s all the way to level 600 only in the Edgeville chunk. That's quite a nice achievement. I'm sure it will go a lot higher, but for now that is a very nice number to look at. We got another Chaos Talisman. I'm not sure how long it's been since the last one. I think maybe about 300 kills. But if I remember correctly, that's another 1 in 1.8k drop. So to get it so few kills in between, it's pretty crazy. Another easy clue from Willow Trees. Are we able to do the clue? The answer is no, of course not. Still 0 completable clue. And the first level of the video coming in is a prayer level. That is now level 47 prayer. And not long after that we have a strength level, which takes us up to level 64 strength and 69 combat. Nice. Another strength level, level 65. This time I'm going to go to attack and defense because I'm hitting a lot of zeros and I'm also taking a lot of damage and using a lot of food. So attack and defense levels incoming. I can't believe we've got another tooth half of key. This is another 1 in 5.4k drop. Rarer than the curve bone. Please God, don't let this be a sign of things to come. But I'd also nearly die. So I had to be very careful, and I did get down to 1 HP a few times. Nearly lost my hardcore status already to a giant rat. And it turns out that there were skeletons that actually dropped the axe and not the zombies. So I nearly lost my account, killing the wrong mob. I need to be more careful because I'm going to end up losing my status in a stupid way. Yes, we are dead. We are a hardcore no more. And I didn't even get the death recorded, which is very upsetting. I'm having to post commentate this because I was working when I died. I wasn't paying attention to my screen. I was killing hill giants and I wasn't in combat the last time I looked. And then I looked back and I'm dead. And I look later and there's hobgoblins in my kill log. Which means the only way that I could have died is if I've accidentally clicked to within melee range of the hobgoblins, which have then just meleeed me down over a few minutes and killed me. I knew it was going to be stupid. I knew it was going to be a stupid death. I've been saying for the first 2 episodes, be careful. Don't die to a rat. Don't die to a zombie. And I've died to a fucking hobgoblin. I was pretty annoyed when I died, so I kind of lost my head a bit. I went back to hill giants and I got 70 combat level, and I thought, fuck it, let's go try and kill Obor. So I grabbed a strength potion and an attack potion from the bank, and I marched into Obor's lair with my iron mace and my iron kite shield. And initially I thought I might be able to kill him because I smacked him off the bat, only got hit for a 4. I thought that's a trade I can take. And then I got smacked to 21, and then I was like, crap. It was at this point I realised that this is not feasible. This is impossible. With my current stats, my current gear, the fact that I've got no armour except a spiny helmet and a kite shield, Oval's gonna have to go on the backlog. I really hate to say it because I just want to be able to kill him, but as of now it's just impossible. And about 600 XP after we come out of Obor's lair, we get a giant key, which is about 4 kills later, which replaces the one we just wasted in Obor's lair. We obviously still have the curve bone grind that we're doing, so depending how long that takes, our stats might get a lot higher, which means we may give Obor one more try when we get the curve bone, just to see if we can do it at that stage, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Wow, that's crazy. Shout out to Random Chunker from the clan chat, who's just got his first collection log slot, which happens to be the Rock Golem mining pet. He got it at 43,000 XP. That is actually insane, and for it to be his first log slot as well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. If you've seen that before, let me know down below, and let me know what the craziest first collection log slot you've ever seen is. Maybe it was 3rd age, maybe it was a pet. But there we go, level 58 hit points. We got a camo random event, and as we already have the full camo outfit, we get an XP lamp, which we're going to chuck onto smithing. And I believe we're only now 2 lamps away from level 6, so the levels are starting to get quicker, but it's still taking a while. My mum told me not to speak to mysterious old men, but thank you for the sapphire, sir. I really need to consider changing the longbone from the highlighted drop list, as it gets me every time, but that is longbone number 7 on the account. Just casually saving a damsel in distress, and the reward is 2 uncut rubies, which in the future will be used for more rings of forging. Level 56 attack coming in, gonna keep leveling it to level 60, and then it will change to defense. Level 49 prayer, we can now use the redemption prayer. Not sure how much use I'll ever get out of that, but it's always nice to have an extra prayer point. As I mentioned in my previous video, there is not a great way of obtaining mind runes in the Edgeville chunk. Now I've killed probably 3,500 hill giants, and I've probably got about 300 mind runes. They drop 3 mind runes in a 1 in 64 drop rate, so yes, I have some, but it's not enough to be able to train my magic to a high enough level that I'm able to kill Obor efficiently or even quickly. Another thing I would like to use magic for is killing black demons, getting a rune chain body and a black sword. That is something I'm going to have to do before I leave Edgeville as well. Now, there is a men spawn just above the bank, and I decided it may be beneficial to try and kill a few thousand men, because they drop a nice amount of mind runes, they drop copper ore, they drop fishing bait which I can use in the future, and bronze bolts if I ever get a crossbow that I can use. The men also drop easy clue scrolls at a rate of 1 in 128. So I thought, if I'm killing thousands of men, the chances of me being able to find a clue that I can complete is quite high, as long as I get some completable steps, and then I can juggle those steps if I can't complete the next one. So this was my plan, and in the first 300 kills I received 5 clues. So I thought, yeah, this is great, I'm going to get a lot of clues. Although I couldn't complete any of the steps in the first 5, I thought, this is great, I'm getting a lot of clues, hopefully we'll get one we can do. 700 kills later, we were still at 5. Still at 0 completable clue steps. But I wasn't going to give up here. Level 60 hit points coming in, that's a very nice milestone to get. And just a few kills later, level 60 attack, we can now wield dragon weapons. Not that we have any, we're still stuck with an iron mace, but now it's time to train defense. It took me 2,279 kills to get my 10th easy clue scroll. Now if I was on the drop rate, it would have taken 1,280. So that tells you how dry we've been going for these clues, and still not a single step we can actually do. Not being able to do any of the steps that I'd gotten so far, both from the woodcutting grind that I did at the start of the account, I was getting beginner clues, beginner nests, easy nests, and also from the rats. I must have got 50 or so beginner clues from them before I just picked one up so I'd stop getting the drop. It was becoming a massive source of frustration that I'd probably played about 12 days of in-game time on this account without being able to complete a single clue step, let alone clue scroll. I hadn't got a single completable step in 12 days, and it was really annoying. I know obviously there are no beginner steps I can complete, but the sheer amount of beginner steps that drop from the monsters that I have in my chunk, I have men which drop them, hill giants drop them, and rats drop them. So the 3 main monsters in my chunk that I'm killing all drop beginner clues, and I can't complete a single step. So that's one thing in itself, to keep getting clues that I can't complete due to not having them in my chunk. But it's another thing to keep getting easy clues. I've probably had well over 50 on this account in total, and I haven't had a single step that I can complete. So I dived into the maths, and let me explain that for you right now. So, men drop easy clue scrolls in a rate of 1 in 128 kills. Now there are 3 steps in Edgeville that can be completed. and there is 162 total easy clue steps. So if you do the maths on that quickly, 3 goes into 162 54 times, so that's basically a 1 in 54 drop, which means that on average every 54 clues I will get 1 step that I can do. Now if you factor in the 128 drop rate, that takes it so that I will average 1 completable step every 6,900 men kills. Killing 400 men per hour would mean each step would take 17 hours, meaning each completable 4-step easy clue would take between 68 and 70 hours. Factor in again that the drop rate for a staff is 1 in 36. This would mean that it would take 2,400 hours to hit the drop rate for an air staff, which is 100 in-game days. 100 days is a ludicrous time to get an air staff, so I concluded that it'd be more beneficial for me to wait until I've unlocked maybe 1 or 2 more chunks where I have more easy clue steps, as this would greatly reduce the time it would take to get a clue that I can complete. Another tooth half of key, another drop rarer than the curved bone. We've now had 5 half keys, and every single key is 1 in 5.4k, so this is getting on the verge of ridiculous now. And in the space of just a few minutes we get level 56 defense and level 61 hit points. No! Oh, I can't believe I just missed that by just a couple of seconds. This game has got to be trolling me at this point. The 5th half key. Like I keep saying, it's rarer than the curved bone. And I've got 5 of them. That's insane! Coming in on kill number 3456 is giant key number 30, which means we're averaging a key every 115 giants, which is very nice to be below the drop rate. A second giant key on this trip. I don't normally get more than 1 key a trip, purely because I'm only doing about 50 kill trips. It would be a lot more if I actually had some decent armor, but I'm only using my iron shield, my helmet, and basically nothing else. Got an easy clue scroll from some yew trees that I've been AFKing. Obviously it's a 1 in 54. No, obviously we can't do it. Still no steps that I've been able to do. Shout out to VV Sambo, who came by to wish me good luck on his way to kill Obor. I'm not sure if he's a chunk man, but if you're out there watching, thank you.
Another one.
A big level that we're about to get, level 50 prayer. That is so nice. We've got all these prayer points and nowhere to restore it. It's a bit of a shame, but it's such a nice level to have. A big boy level coming in, the biggest milestone we have hit so far, level 80 wood cutting. I would cut a lot in between trips to the hill giants just so I don't have to waste some of the rat meat that I've got in the bank. I just stand an AFK for about 45 minutes while my health recharges. I've now got 80 wood cutting.
Another one.
We've hit so many milestones this video, and here is another one. 60 defense. We can now wear dragon armor. Not that we have any armor at all, but it's nice to have 60 attack and 60 defense. We're now going to focus on strength. We'll probably get that to at least level 70 before we go back on attack or defense. 60 base melee stats. Beautiful. Ah, that got me again. This is I think my 8th longbow now in about 4,000 kills. I thought that was the curve bone just chilling on the ground, but no, it was just a longbow. We're averaging one every 500 kills roughly, which is below the drop rate, but I don't really care how many longbones we get, I just want the curved one. So as I got 60 base melee stats, I tried to go back to the black demons to see if I could kill one more effectively than I tried in the last episode, which went infamously badly. I was stood there flinching it for about 9 minutes and didn't end up getting the kill because it still had about 3/4 HP left. But this time, instead of flinching, I decided to try and prayer flick the black demon. Now, bearing in mind I was working at the same time, and halfway through I had to take a work phone call, so I had to try and juggle that along with prayer flicking, which went pretty badly because it got all out of sync and I got injured and I wasted a lot of prayer points. But as you can see, we are whittling down the HP. We got it to half HP in about 4 or 5 minutes. And the entire kill took about 9 or so minutes, which isn't terrible, but it's going to be a bit of a pain if we go dry on the rune chain body or the black sword, which I need both of before I can progress out of my chunk. As we're backlogging Obor, the rune chain body and the black sword are my best in slot armor and damaging weapon in this chunk, so I'm going to have to come back to these black demons more regularly and try and get the drops. If I get the black sword or the rune chain body, it will help my hill giant grind because I'll get quicker kills and I'll be able to do more kills per trip. And from our first kill of black demons, we got some blood runes, which are going to be of no use to me as I am currently level 1 magic with only about 300 air runes in the bank. So I will not be training my magic up to use the blood runes in this chunk. I'll wait to have a reliable rune source, but it's nice to have some blood runes in the bank. And many hill giants later, in comes level 62 hit points.
Another one.
Another longbone on the account. I think that's number 9, and we've also got a freaky forester, so everything's going on in this clip. I believe after this forester I will get a lamp, which of course I will put on smithing. I don't think I will get a level, but this will put me 1 away from level 9, I believe. We have got back-to-back longbone trips. We got one on the last trip and now we've got one on this one. This is the 10th longbone on the account and just less than 4,200 hill giants, which means that we were 500 kills per longbone and now it's 420 kills per longbone. But like I said, I don't care, I just want the curved one. Okay, this is starting to piss me off right now. Another longbone about 15 kills later. Please stop it. Level 66 strength, and if I'm not mistaken that takes my max hit with an iron mace from an 8 to a 9. Now, having learned this, I probably should have got to level 66 before I trained my attack and defense. But you live and you learn.
Another one.
And some more free flax from a beekeeper's random. Level 67 strength. Longbone number 12 coming in. I'm just getting sick of seeing that on the ground now. It's been a while since I've got a count check random, but it's nice to get one after a few days without one. I believe it's going to get us a smithing level, and I think that's going to be level 9. Beautiful. This is my 5,000th hill giant. I can't wait to get the curve bone at the end of this kill. It's 1 in 5,000 and this is kill number 5,000, so that's definitely the way it works, right? I'm going to get the curve bone, this drop, the grind is going to be over. I can move on. Here we go. Wait. Something must be wrong because I've killed 5,000 hill giants and haven't got a curve bone. I am officially dry on the curve bone drop. I will put a graphic on the screen of the loot from the first 5,000 kills. I really hope I don't go too dry. I've asked around in the clan chat and I've taken some predictions of what KC they think I'm going to get the curve bone on, so I'll pop that up on the screen in a second as well. And as you can see, the vast majority of the guesses are between 5 and 9,000, a lot of 6,000, 8,000, things like that. There is one guess from Chunky Noob, which is 17,356, but the one that stands out is from Cannabis Chunk, who has guessed 22,413 kills without the curved bone. Now Cannabis Chunk is obviously Frey RS, who is the guy who went 70,000 kills dry on the Vigoris chain mace, so I hope to God that he's wrong, but if there's anyone that knows about going dry on something, it's him. So thank you for the guess, but I hope you're wrong. Just a quick update on the giant keys. This is key number 54 in just over 5,500 kills, so it's so good to be below the average drop rate and to be stacking up loads of keys on the curve bone grind. And only our third Bob fishing random event on the account, which takes us up to level 13 fishing. Another long bone. I think this is the 14th one now. I know I'm gonna go really dry, and I can't really complain yet because I'm nowhere near as dry as other people have gone for other things. But please just drop it. Another genie, and we're going to smack this onto smithing, and I believe this is going to get us level 10, so that's now level 10 smithing. Total level 650, but more importantly level 70 strength. It's now our third level 70 on the account, behind woodcutting and fletching. Beautiful. Another long bone, another one. And 20 minutes later, another long bone. Random event for smithing, now level 11. Back to Black Demons, get a second kill, and we get some air runes. What do we get from the third Black Demon drop? Coins. And the fourth Black Demon kill, we get more blood runes. Not bad. And more air runes. 5 Black Demons killed. Back to the Hill Giants and back with another prayer level, this time level 53. 80 combat level coming in. We have 60 attack, 70 strength, 60 defense, and 65 hit points. Every level is a nice round milestone number. That's lovely. Level 71 strength coming in. Is this game taking the piss? Another half key. I don't even need to say how rare this is at this point. Oh my gosh, I've literally got 2 long bones in the space of about 6 minutes. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, this is my second tooth off in about 200 kills. I think this is my 7th one at this point now. 7 drops rarer than the curve bone. It's crazy. More rune javelins, which is still rarer than the curved bone. What? Long bone number 20 on the account in just over 7,000 kills, so we're averaging 1 every 350 or so kills.
Quick maths!
Another strength level, now level 72 strength. I think we've doubled our strength XP this video just from killing the hill giants. But there we go, I wonder what level we're going to finish this grind at. And an extra prayer level, so long after the last one, but level 54 prayer. Pretty insane to me that we've got 3 giant keys and our last 13 kills, with 2 coming in our last 3. That's some really nice RNG, but not the sort of RNG I'm after. Starting off the video with a genie random event, we're going to put this on smithing just like all the other ones, and it's going to get us to level 12. We're now only a few levels away from being able to make iron bars. I've mentioned this in previous episodes, but I'll just say it again for transparency. When I come back from a hill giant trip and I don't want to waste the food that I've cooked, or I'm working and just need to AFK something, I'll just do some wood cutting. I didn't realise I was this close to the next level at the end of the last episode, but incoming is level 81 wood cutting. This time we get a book of knowledge, which we're going to also put on smithing, which is now level 13. Back-to-back XP lamps is so nice. On the same trip that we get our 70th giant key, we get level 73 strength. It's kind of interesting to know what level I'm gonna be once I've got the curve bone. Like, I could get it in the next kill, or it could be another 10,000 kills before I get it. That's the issue with one of these RNG grinds, is you don't know when it's going to come, so there's no track of how much progress you're making. So I'm no closer to getting it now than I was 3 weeks ago when I started killing the hill giants. It's kind of frustrating, but my combat levels have gone up so much, it's going to be interesting to see what level I actually finish on. That's longbone of the day, first longbone of the video. This is my 21st longbone. As you can see, it's no longer on my highlighted drops because I was sick of getting my hopes up every time I saw a highlighted drop on the ground. And another longbone, about 100 kills after the last one. Having looked at the kill log, you can see that I've got 72 keys and now 22 longbones, so I'm under the drop rate for both of those drops, so it kind of makes sense that I'm going dry on the curve bone, which is the other drop. Level 55 prayer coming in. This gives us the level to be able to wield the spirit shield, so I'm just gonna go and kill some corp so that I can get one.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man. Do you understand?
So just while I'm prayer flicking this black demon, I thought it would be a good time to just run through the drops that I need from the black demons, because my chunk picker wasn't displaying them all in the last episode, which is why in the last episode I mentioned I only need the black sword and the rune chain body, but there's actually 5 drops that we need to get before we can move on. This is wielding a black weapon, which is the black sword, which is our best in slot weapon. We need to wear rune armor, and of course the black demons drop the rune chain body and the rune med helm. They also drop a mithril kite shield, which is our best in slot shield. And just as on a more personal one, it's not 100% required, but it would be nice to get for future chunks, is the black axe, which would be our best in slot axe from this chunk. So straight after killing a black demon, this little rat decides to PK me for whatever reason, considering he can see that I'm literally wearing an iron shield and an iron mace. So I don't really know what he stands to gain from it, except for inflating his wilderness kill stats, if he has a fragile enough ego for that to matter to him. But yes, I have been murdered, and thankfully I'd already died on the hardcore, so luckily that rat wasn't the reason I died and lost my hardcore status. But as I've died and restored my prayer, I am just going to add a little rule onto the account, basically. Just as a way of restoring prayer, I'm not going to suicide ever. But if there is a chance that I actually end up dying, then I will be dropping 1 giant key per death. So I have 2 deaths so far, one from the Hobgoblins, which was in episode 3, and 1 death from the PK. So I've technically restored my prayer twice, which means so far I have to discard 2 giant keys. I genuinely think we've got back to back lamps. We've had a genie and then a book and now a count check, and we're going to smack this one onto smithing as well. Another black demon kill coming in, another coin drop. I think we've got 5 coin drops in a row. I know you drop other things, boys, like please can you drop your other good drops I actually need, thank you. Oh yes, we got the black axe. That is so cool to get. We've been using a steel axe the entirety of this account, and within about 15 kills we have the black axe. This should speed up woodcutting when I do it massively. Oh, that's so beautiful to see on the account. I think the only other way to get them is from clue scrolls, which obviously I've had a really hard time of actually doing. Beautiful. Oh my god. The very next kill, we got the black sword. This is such a big upgrade for me. Oh, this is going to speed up hill giant kills and black demon kills so much. We've been using either an iron mace or a steel dagger basically for the whole time. I think basically about 15 days playtime or something like that. And suddenly we've got a black axe and a black sword within a couple of kills. There are other people in the clan chat who know my pain and know what it's like to go dry on the curved bone as they themselves are dry, so it's nice to not be alone. But in comes level 67 hit points, and not long after, level 74 strength. Genuinely, it's so insane how many XP lamps we're getting this video. This is our 4th one already, and this one takes us to level 14 smithing, so I think there's only 1 now left until we actually hit level 15, which has been the whole reason we've been using lamps of smithing in the first place. So that's literally amazing for us. So far I have killed 2 black demons and I have 50 casts left, so basically it's 125 water strikes per kill. But we're just close to level 17, and I believe the level to get bones to bananas is level 18. So by the end of our rune stack we should have the level. So in the future that's going to be so amazing for us when we need to restock on food. Black demon number 37, and we get a... oh my god, yes! Yes, we got the rune chain body. Yes, this completely changes everything. I've been researching on the DPS calculator, and this will make it so I take only 1.1 damage per kill from a hill giant instead of the 2.7 that I was receiving before. So this has basically made it so I've extended my hill giant trips by 2.5 times. Oh, that's so amazing! And that is me dead again. Normally my prey flicking is fine. That is when I'm not working, or not when my phone's ringing, or not when I start getting jobs to do halfway through a kill. So this is death number 4. Not that it's any excuse, because I still choose to go to those areas during working time, but that's my 4th death now. That's my 4th key that I'm going to have to discard. It's kind of annoying because on average that's what, 500 hill giant kills that I've just thrown away, but there we go. I made a rule for a reason. Back at the hill giants with another longbone. I'm getting pretty annoyed of dying at the black demons, so I'm just going to stick to the hill giants and get as many combat levels as we can until we get the curved bone, and then go back to the black demons after. I think that's a better plan, to be honest. This is Hill Giant's kill number 9000 coming in. The Casey's really getting up there now. We have 4000 kills dry, still no sign of the curved bone, but the combat stats are looking great, the gear's looking great, we're getting quick kills and we're barely taking any damage, so we can get easily over 100 kills a trip now. There are positives. A nice moment here as we get our first attack level in a while. We're about to get level 61, and once we've got level 61 we switch over to strength, and I believe we should be getting level 75 strength on the same Hill Giant, which is really nice. I'm now going to change to attack and train attack until at least level 70. The DPS calculator basically says that every single attack level I get will take about 6 seconds off each black demon kill, so when I've got about 8-minute kills, every second matters. Longbone number 25 on the account. That should signal me having about 10,000 kills, but I'm below 10,000, so we're underneath the 1 in 400 average drop rate. It's nice to be under, but like I keep saying, I just want one piece of RNG, and the repeated longbones are not the one. Oh my god, a double longbone trip. This is about an hour after the last longbone, so these are both 1 in 400, and I've got 2 in about 100. It's happened a few times now. Ugh. And on this kill, we are a healthy boy. We've been taking our vitamins, taking our minerals, and we hit level 68 hit points. 3 levels are the best levels, and that's another Bob random event which gives us level 15 fishing. As you can see by my inventory, we're starting these Hill Giant trips only bringing 10 pieces of food, because we're barely taking any damage now at this point, and if we bring any more we're just going to have to end up wasting it as we're still on full HP. But this is giant key number 86 coming in, we're getting close to 100. I'm starting to lose my mind a bit here, because I've got 2 longbones and 3 keys on the same trip, and that must be within 100 kills. That luck is genuinely insane. Like, how am I getting so many of these drops when they're 1 in 400 and 1 in 128? Like, come on, just give me the actual one I need at this point, please. I have again run out of food, so I'm just going to put a clip in the video just showing how I get food really quickly. I start off by collecting all the bones on the outside of the little cave we're in here, and then I start killing the 3 rats. I pick up both drops that they drop, which is the bones and the meat. And by the time I've killed 3, the bones on the outside will spawn again. So I just have a combination of collecting the bones on the outside and killing the rats, picking up the drops and running back to the bank. So it literally takes no longer than a couple of minutes to get a full inventory of food. And obviously each time the rat dies, they drop 2 sources of food for me, as we convert all of the bones into bananas. So it's a really quick process, and it's so much quicker than making nettle tea. I'm so happy that I came up with this idea. This kill is Hill Giant number 10,000. There are some people who've been saying that once you hit double the drop rate, you should be able to backlog it, but I don't agree with that in this particular situation anyway. We've got 90 keys, 30 longbones, and obviously 10,000 kills. This actually looks pretty cool to have reached that milestone, but I just wish I'd get it sooner or later. Like, every one of those guesses from the last episode, they were all basically 9,000 or below, except 2. I'm starting to think that Cannabis Chunk was right. I'm actually going to be here 20,000+. I hope that's not true, but we've hit the latest milestone of 10k, and let's get back into it. That is absolutely perfect timing. Just while I am around the bank, I've got a genie, and I'm obviously putting it on smithing, which gets me to level 15, the level that we can now make iron bars from iron ore. My chunk picker task had me smelting a bronze bar as my task, but I've been lumping smithing this whole time, as you know, for the fact that I want to be able to smelt iron bars. Well, I know that there's going to be a big smithing grind in the future, so I wanted to get a big head start on that. I didn't want to collect loads of bronze bars. It's just so tedious in the early levels. But it's so cool now that we are level 15 smithing. I think we're now going to start lamping Hunter. Another double longbone trip. Like, come on, why do I keep getting 1 in 400 drops every half an hour? Oh man, I'm just going literally insane right now. I've had enough seeing these on the floor. Oh, I missed the level, but that's level 65 attack coming in. I think we only swapped to attack just a couple of minutes ago on the video, but many hours later, slaying these hill giants we've got from level 60 to level 65. I wonder what level we're going to end up at. I've said that a few times already, I'm still wondering. Is it just me, or have I had a crazy amount of random event XP lamps this video? I think this is like my 5th or 6th one. We've got another count check. This is going to be the first one on the account that's not going onto smithing. It's actually going onto Hunter. We're going to get, hopefully, the level to get baby impling so we can start hunting those, which will be very nice for the account. But we're starting with a 10 XP drop. Ah, it's a long slug at the start. I'm seriously questioning my account's RNG because this is my 3rd trip, this video alone, where I've got 2 longbones. I don't even have a key this trip, so how have I got 2 1 in 400 drops? I'm only getting about 100 kills a trip. And for the 3rd time in about 2 or 3 days, I've got 2 longbones on the same trip. It just seems insane to me. That surely shouldn't be happening this often. Level 85 combat, which has come from me getting level 69 hit points. We're close to another 70 stat. I believe we're pretty close on attack as well. But we've got 85 combat. That's so nice. I can't believe we've hit that milestone. We're still in the starting chunk, still at the hill giants. I never would have imagined we would have got this high just from killing rats and hill giants for the most part, but the stats are looking great, the kills are going great. We now have the requirements for Dream Mentor. Not that we're going to be able to do that for probably about 7 years, but 85 combat. Another fishing random event. Like I said before, the best levels are the free levels, and we have gone from 15 to 17 fishing, getting close to level 20. Another milestone level for the Chunk Danny account. We've just hit level 700 total level. I think I said in the 1st or 2nd episode, like, we're making progress. We've got to level 200. We're still in the starting chunk and we've hit level 700, so that tells you kind of just how long we've been here. I think we've been here for about 17 or 18 in-game days at this point. We're approaching 450 hours, something like that. That's insane. Hill Giant Key number 11,000 coming in. Another mastered number that we've reached. There's a lot more time in between clips now than there used to be. I haven't really recorded many of the long bones or the giant key drops because otherwise every single clip would be the same. But we're up to 96 keys, 11,000 kills, and we're still going. Mystery box number 4 on the account, and what are we going to get this time? Another cabbage. On the floor is giant key number 100. We've got that in just over 11,200 kills, so that basically means we've been averaging a giant key every 112 kills over 11,000 kills. The drop rate is 1 in 128, so it's nice to be under the drop rate for such a long time. And it's going to be amazing when we actually go to kill Obor. We probably won't actually have to kill many more hill giants after we've got the drops. I feel like the main random events we've got this episode are from genies and also bob fishing randoms, but we've got another bob fishing random and it gets us to level 18 fishing, I believe. They're going to start slowing down now, but 650 free fishing XP is nothing to be sniffed at. As we approach 12,000 hill giant kills, we grab level 58 prayer. We just missed the drop, but that was kill number 12,000 coming in. We're up to 108 keys and 37 longbones, so we've gone through about 5,000 kills this episode so far. A lot of keys and a lot of longbones, but not the drop we're after still. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got it. Yes! Yes! Oh my god. I finally fucking got it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm literally physically shaking right now. Oh my god. Look at the fucking chat going insane for me. Oh my god, I got the curved bone. It's the only highlighted drop I've got. Oh my god, look at it. It's so beautiful. It's the 1 in 5,000 drop. We've got it in just over 12,000 kills. Oh my god, I haven't moved. 12,043 kill count. In the weekend just gone, I've been away to see my mum and her husband down by the sea. I've had a chance to recharge my batteries and just have a couple of days away from RuneScape, and on my first day back, we've got the curved bone, man. Oh my god. So it looks like the remainder of the video will be camping the black demons as we hunt for the rune med helm and the mithril kite shield, which are our last 2 drops we need before we can leave the chunk. The other task we have is to unlock the gravestone from Death's office in Edgeville. Now that's a 200,000 coin unlock. We're currently about 150k, so I just would need to sell probably a bunch of the iron drops, the steel drops from the hill giants, maybe some of the unstrung bows as well. But once we've got the drops, we will go back and see what we can sell to the general stores so we can move on. I get so many people coming up to me being like, what are you doing? Or are you a bot? Or are you a YouTuber? Or what the hell are you doing? Like, I have to basically describe that I'm not actually a bot. I'm choosing to do this. I'm choosing to kill these black demons at about 7 to 8 minutes per kill. Like, he's coming here, he's smacking 59s, he's killing the demons in about 30 seconds, and I'm sat here hitting 0 after 0 after 0. This guy said he would come and subscribe to my channel, so if you are watching, welcome, and I hope it makes a bit more sense to you now. Another black demon killed, and this time we don't get anything of note, but this is basically just proof of how I die. I just take unnecessary damage. You people are probably like, why are you dying? You've got to protect from melee. And I'm sat here just getting smacked around for no reason, but we are getting quite a few kills. We haven't died in quite a while, to be honest. We've only died 3 times this episode, and not for a long time. We're getting close to level 70 attack. The kills are, I'd say, a little bit faster than they were when we were 60 attack, but it's not too much. Still probably over 6 minutes per kill, which is kind of tough. But another black demon kill coming in, which is for another grimy Marantil. They do drop a lot of crap, but they also drop some good stuff as well. Something interesting that my good friend Hunko Chunk told me about was there's a way of manipulating one of the black demons so that you can melee him without him being able to attack you back. Basically, you have to lure the green-eyed demon into this spot here, but then you also have to hit a splash on the yellow-eyed demon so that he blocks the green one in. the green one cannot attack from here. He's not meant to be in here in this position, but the demon behind him has blocked him in, and now we can just melee him down. The way to do it is you basically stand southeast, right to the east of this pillar, and when you do that you're out of range, but you're still in the black demon's range where he can stand. And what you do next is you cast a strike on the yellow demon behind him, and once you've done that they are both locked in place. And now the highlighted tile is a tile where the green-eyed demon cannot reach, and he will try to escape from you if there's not the other demon blocking him in. So this is a nice way of being able to AFK the black demons, but it is very annoying to set up sometimes. One of the most annoying things about setting up this safe spot is these poison spiders to the southeast. They can wander right up to the pillar, and it's happened a number of times where I've been luring the demons into the right spot, which has meant me coming south, and the poison spiders have come and actually attacked me and poisoned me, and they start hitting poison damage at 6, and that goes on for a couple of minutes I believe, so that can literally ruin a whole trip just like that. So I'm not sure if I'm actually going to use this method. It's very good when it's right, but like as you can see, the poison spider has just come up and ruined it. So I'm basically going to have to go back to the bank now at this point. The trip's basically been ruined. I could just suicide to the demons and I'd be cured of poison. I could go and pick up all my stuff, but that's totally against the rules of my account, so I'm just gonna have to wait for this poison to end. It's actually so annoying. Ah yes, there is the rune med helm. That is a massive upgrade from the spiny helmet. We now have our best in slot helmet on the account, which is so beautiful. It matches with the rune chain body nicely. This means that the only thing left we need to get from these black demons is the mithril kite shield, and once we've got the mithril kite shield we can attempt Obor, and then we can roll. One more genie. I've said that a lot recently, but we're going to smack this onto Hunter. That is now 20 Hunter XP. I've basically given up with that safe spot at this point. It takes too much time to set up for me, or maybe I'm just doing it wrong. I should probably go back to my friend and ask him to show it to me again for an idiot. But that is level 70 HP. That is another 70 on the account. I believe that is my 4th on the account. We've got strength, hit points, fletching, and obviously wood cutting, I believe. So my 4th level 70 on the account, and I believe attack will not be too far away either. Oh my god, I don't believe it. We've got a rune chain body placeholder, and when I unlock high alchemy that will be an easy 30k that I will be able to add to my cash stack. That's so nice to see, man. It's a 1 in 128 drop, the same as the mithril kite shield. So that could have been the kite shield, that could have been every chunk task basically completed, but we're still hunting for the myth kite shield. I have made a lot of food this episode. I have cooked a lot of rat meat, and I have also made a lot of nettle tea. So although the chunk task was to get level 58 for pita bread, we've gone above and beyond that. We've got to level 60 cooking. For anyone in the comments who may say, why are you using bananas? This is why. This is why. Just look how fast it is. A whole inventory in just one button. This spell is so useful to me. Otherwise I would have been spending probably hours longer than I have been just collecting food. Just look at it. Just in the space of about 30 seconds we've got 250 bananas ready to go, and soon we'll be back at the black demons. Just as we are killing rats to get some more rat meat for the account, we hit level 70 attack, Now this is our 5th level 70 behind strength, HP, fletching and woodcutting. So it's beautiful to have 5 level 70s on the account. I honestly did not expect to get stats like this in the first chunk. Another black demon killed, and this time we get some chaos runes. Probably one of my best ways of actually obtaining chaos runes is from the black demons, so it's nice to keep stacking those up. Kill count 80 on the black demons. A loop half of key. I'm having trauma flashbacks to how many we got at hill giants. Obviously from black demons these are much more common, so nothing to get annoyed at this time. Kill count 87, and we get a duplicate black axe. If somehow I lose the other one that I've got, this will be handy, but it'll probably just end up being an alk, but it's nice to have at the moment. And kill 90, we get some air runes. Similar to what I said with the chaos runes, they're not freely available, so the best ways I can get them is from drops. Black demons drop 50 at a time, which is the single biggest drop of air runes I can get at the moment, so it's nice to have those stacking up. I thought I would just demonstrate how to do this method that I briefly showed in the last video, but in the last video I made it seem massively more complicated than it was. Basically you have to wait until the demons are no longer aggressive to you, and also the spiders are non-aggressive to you as well, because then they won't ruin your day by poisoning you. Then what you do is you tag the green-eyed demon into this location here. He can't reach you, but he will stay lured there, and then you mage the yellow-eyed demon in behind him so that he is now trapped. Now every couple of minutes or so you have to tag the green-eyed demon so that he doesn't teleport away. So you run back to the pillar, just hit him, and then you run back into the safe spot, the marked tile. So that's all you need to do, and it's nice and easy. I made it look so much more complicated in the last episode. Another black demon kill, and this time a duplicate rune med helm. The drop rate is 1 in 128, and I've got 2 rune chains and 2 rune meds in less than 100 kills. But we are only after one more drop, the mithril kite shield, which is also 1 in 128. Level 21 magician coming in while we are just luring this black demon. This is unlocked low level alchemy, which I imagine will actually be quite useful for us when we have to get our cash stack up. Oh my god, we have got the mithril kite shield already. That is what we were after. That was the last best in slot drop we needed from the black demons. Just have to make sure I don't die on the way out. All of my best in slot gear has now been achieved, like I said, in just 94 kills. Each kill though was about 7 to 8 minutes, so that's probably just over 11 hours that it's taken me to get that many kills. So I'm so happy that we didn't go dry, but that's awesome. 5 1 in 128 drops if you take into account the 2 rune med helms and the 2 rune chain bodies. Now we are just going to go back to the bank and work on our 200,000 GP cash stack that we need to get the gravestone from Edgeville. Right, to get this final 45 or so K that we need, we're just going to load out some of the drops that we got from the hill giants. I was planning to sell them to the general store, but I thought against it because the starting price when you sell them to the general store is the same as the low alk price, and then everyone you sell after that goes lower than the alk price. So I thought, at least on some of the steel drops anyway, I'm just going to low alk them, and then I'll probably sell a bunch of the other things like the iron daggers and stuff like that to the general store. Maybe some of the lower tier unstrung bows that we've got. It's just basically getting a good way of getting rid of some of the junk in my bank, but also moving towards the 200,000 goal. And it's also great mage experience, so we'll probably get up to 25 magic. That's my guess. But nice, let's move on. We have finished alking all of the steel longswords, and I thought that I would not waste any more nature runes and go and sell some of the cheaper things at the general store just to make up the rest of the cash. So there's iron full helms, iron kite shields, iron daggers, and then the unstrung bows and the shields that we were making when we were doing the wood cutting and fletching grinds. So I believe this will get me up to 200,000 gold very easily. So I'll just quickly hop through the world, sell all my stuff, and I'll come back. Just dumping the last of the items into the general store, and that is 200,000 coins in the inventory. It's the highest cash tag we've had on this entire account so far in about 450 hours. And it's all about to be turned into a useless cosmetic item, but that is the beauty of chunk accounts. You can never know what you're going to have to spend your money on. So click the wrong option there, but can I choose a different looking gravestone? Angel 200k. Are you sure you want to spend a ridiculous amount of money on a purely cosmetic item? Yes, I am. And now I have 22 coins to my name. But that is the final task I've had in this chunk. I am now finished. And some of you are probably thinking, what about Obor? What about the 5 million GP Edgeville respawn? So I attempted Obor one more time. I got my best gear, Rune Medhelm, Black Sword, Rune Chain, Mithril Kite Shield. This is the best gear that I have on my account from killing black demons mainly. Well, every drop that I'm wearing is from a black demon. So I came back to Obor's lair. I wasted another key, filled my inventory with food, the best food I've got, which is meat, as well as one lobster that I got from a black demon, as well as an attack, strength and defense potion. Now I was just waiting for Obor to come to the side, and this is how the fight went. Now obviously please don't have a go at my my PVM, because I am clearly doing this wrong, and looking back I know I should have been up against the wall so he couldn't keep slamming me. But I think it's fair to say that I can't kill Obor. Like, I've wasted probably 3 or 4 keys at this point. I know I did the fight completely wrong, but I don't think it's suitable for me to try and kill Obor knowing that I don't have a way of restoring prayer, and my idea of destroying 1 key for every time I die would just make me run through all my keys. So I know I did the fight terribly wrong, but I don't think Obor is feasible in my current state. So with no other tasks left, I think I'm going to roll a new chunk. And now we run through the part of the video where we talk about my account, the build of my account, how I see myself progressing the account going forward. Am I an extreme? Am I vanilla? Am I vanilla plus? Am I semi-extreme? So just to preface this, I have spent 450 hours roughly on this account since its conception. On the 29th of February, I made the account, joined the One Chunk clan the same day, and the rest is history. I spent a long time on this account during working hours, during evening hours, and it became a bit of an obsession for me. Loved making videos. I got so much positive feedback that it made me want to continue and to keep going, so I'm not sure if I would have been able to keep going without that support, but it generally does mean a lot to me. So on the screen you can see me just scrolling through the rules of my account, and as you can see, the must obtain skill capes box isn't ticked. Now that has caused a bit of stir, I would say, in my videos, especially the first one where I said I will not be doing skill capes. Now that can be subject to change, if I feel like that is something I want to work towards. But as a general rule, I will not be working completing skill capes if I roll a chunk that has a skill cape in it. Now, can I call myself extreme because of this? Can I call myself extreme because I didn't stay and kill Obor? I didn't stay and get the 5 million in Edgeville? And I'm just gonna say that I know Frosty Bard, who has an amazing series, who was an extreme one chunk in Edgeville. He completed everything. He got the air staff drop, which, as I run through in my previous videos, would take me 100 in-game days to get. He greenlogged Obor. He has an amazing series. He got the 5 million GP. But in the end, it took him 18 months to leave the first chunk. 18 months, that's a year and a half. Now, I love this account, but I feel like having a 2,500 hour grind for an air staff when it's not even needed for the tasks in my chunk, I feel is a bit ridiculous and ludicrous. So if that's one of the reasons why I can't be called extreme, then so be it. I had one suggestion from one of my friends in the Discord who told me I could maybe be a semi-extreme, which is where you basically limit time gated grinds. For example, the 100 days grind for an air staff would be an example. And semi-extremes don't do skill capes either. And there is also the vanilla plus, where they play vanilla rules and they can pick and choose which extreme grinds they want to do. So I feel like my account is verging on the extreme, but obviously without the skill capes and without those really stupidly long 2,400 hour, year and a half grinds. I don't think I would play the account if I had to kill men to 99 attack, strength and defense just to get an air staff. So I believe that I will be doing all the extreme grinds except skill capes, and on a case by case basis we'll go through it as it comes. But I believe that my account is semi-extreme, as I want to do the extreme goals except the skill capes. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that clears up some confusion and provides some clarity. But if you have any ideas or feedback, please let me know below. So here is my chunk picker map. We have 5 rollable chunks. We have north in the wilderness, west, which is the Edgeville Monastery, east, which is the Grand Exchange, south, Barbarian Village, and Lumbridge, as we can get there and back using the canoe system. So I am just going to roll my chunk and see which 2 I have to choose from. Let's go. And we have rolled the Wilderness and the Grand Exchange chunks. I'm not really sure what I was hoping for, but let's have a quick look at the different tasks in each chunk. So the potential Northern Wilderness chunk is at the moment cast high level alchemy. However, they have a potential mining star, which means I would have to get level 90 mining, although there is no current access to a pickaxe. There is also the Mage of Samarak, who may be able to sell me some runes, which is interesting. But as soon as we have access to a pickaxe, that would be an instant level 90 mining grind, so I'm not 100% sure I'm up for that, to be honest. Let's have a look at the Varrock one, the Grand Exchange one. And the only potential chunk task in the Grand Exchange would be Varrock Diary Easy Task 9, which is give a dog a bone. So I believe I'm going to unlock the Grand Exchange. Not that I can use it as I am an Iron Man, but all I need to do is feed some bones to a dog and then we can re-roll for a second time. So here we are on the outskirts of our new chunk, having just unlocked it. Obviously we can't use the agility shortcut to get into the Grand Exchange, so we're going to have to run around like a peasant. But I just need to find where this dog is located. I'm not actually sure if he's in the GE. Is he south of the GE? I know there's a dog that wanders around Varrock, so is it a case of just waiting for him to wander near me? I'm gonna have a quick look around of the GE just to make sure that he's not just lurking around the chunk. Where are you? I see a frog. It's not a frog that I'm after. I can't see any dog running around the GE. Now I haven't researched where the dog is, but I assume he's just south. He's not going to be east, wandering around the castle.
What the dog doing?
Managed to locate the Varrock dog, who was wandering just south of the Grand Exchange. Had to wait a bit for him to come actually into the chunk, but here we are. We have completed an easy task in the Varrock area, and we're just going to stay here just for a couple of seconds and pet this good boy, this homeless boy covered in fleas, but he is a good boy nonetheless. Shall we give him one more pet just for luck before we leave? Yes, let's. Right, that is the last chunk goal completed, the only chunk goal completed. So now it's time to roll again. So it was made aware to me that I should have actually included the Ferox Enclave in my last roll, because you can get there and back via the canoe, so I wasn't actually aware of that. So I've turned on automatic chunks, which basically tells me every chunk that's available. So every time I roll a chunk, all the available chunks that I can roll will now be showing on the map. So here we are, 8 available chunks, and we have rolled 2 big ones, the Ferox Enclave and also Lumbridge. Now Lumbridge would solve a lot of my issues. I would be able to unbacklog Obor. I would also have a long mining and smithing grind. I would also have an altar. I would also have access to a lot of different clue steps, which is kind of really cool. It would open up a lot of avenues for me. And the Ferox Enclave, I would need to make 1,000,000 GP to unlock the respawn, I believe. So, to be honest, I think I'm going to roll to pick Lumbridge. Lumbridge is a long chunk. I'm going to be here for probably a lot longer than I was in Edgeville for. There is a 70 mining and smithing grind, and the only access to a pickaxe you have is bronze, and there's not an anvil, so it looks like I'd have to get in 70 smithing using just a furnace, which will not be fun, but is all part of the grind. This is one of them grinds, like I mentioned earlier, that vanillas wouldn't do because they wouldn't have smithing without an anvil as a primary method. But due to the fact that I want to be extreme, or as extreme as possible, I will be doing 70 smithing without an anvil. And I believe that will probably take me about 500 hours, so it will be the same length of time on the account that I've already done, just mining and smithing. That doesn't take into account Obor that we will now have to do. We will also have to get level 43 crafting, as Obor drops diamonds, level 55 magic and level 36 ranged. There's also a number of best in slot tasks. Most of these are Obor drops. All the rune drops are from Obor, as well as a few other ones like the training bow and arrows, which will not take me the longest time, but the Obor ones will. And a bunch of diary tasks and quest tasks as well. So we are going to be in this chunk for many hours. This is not even taking into account the potential 99 woodcutting and defense. Like I said before, I don't do skill capes on this account. However, I may introduce a rule where I have to only use defense if I melee, something like that, or I have to use defensive cast when I'm using magic, something like that. So I'm still actively working towards that 99 defense. So I may introduce a rule like that. I haven't 100% decided yet, but I think I'm going to be here for maybe up to 1,000 hours this chunk maybe. So it's very long and I'm actually excited to get into it. It's nice to have a change of scenery. So the first thing we did is go straight to hands to do our beginner steps, see if we can get a 1-step casket. We've had this in our bank for the past probably month. So I thought I would try my best to finish a clue. It's my first step that I've been able to complete, and unfortunately the clue ends there, but it's promising that now we can actually have steps that we are able to complete in our chunk. We've been killing goblins for roughly an hour or so, I would say, and we've killed about 400, just over 400. And we are going to be clue juggling until we have 3 completable beginner steps or 4 completable easy steps. Now, as you can see, there's 2 beginner clues on the floor in this little cabin, and then all the ones outside. The ones inside are the ones we can do, so we're juggling them on the floor, waiting for more that we can do to get a casket, and the ones we can't complete are just sat outside on the ground looking sad. First defense level in a long time coming in, level 61 defense. Like I said earlier in the video, if we need to melee something we will be using defense due to the fact there is the 99 defense cape in Lumbridge. Not something we're actively going for, but we're going to passively work towards it every time we use melee. 1,443 goblins is the amount of kills it took to get 3 completable beginner steps. That's not too bad. It's probably 3 to 4 hours of killing goblins, but that is well worth it considering that we have been playing this account nearing 500 hours now and we haven't completed a single clue. So this is going to be our first clue, and in our first casket we get a coif worth 11 coins. Now that's not terrible because we can actually use it when we're training range. That'll probably be our best in slot, but 1 clue done, and I'm sure we will get many more in the future. And back at the goblins trying to get more completable clues, we've hit level 62 defense. And we have another set of 3 steps that we are able to do, so we are going to get our second casket now. So that is 2,800 goblins killed for 2 beginner guaranteed caskets. So it's basically so far 1,400 goblins per casket, which generally isn't too bad. Like I said before, it's about 3 to 4 hours for each one. So I will come back with the casket. I've actually decided against opening this casket for now, as I believe it'll be more exciting for me to open multiple, maybe 2 caskets at the same time. So for now I'm just going to bank it. We also got a lamp, which I'm going to hold off because I'm not entirely sure what I actually want to lamp now, having just rolled this chunk. Right, we have 2 caskets to open, 2 beginner caskets. Let's hope for a staff or a pickaxe. And we get a staff and a rune scimitar ornament kit. That is really cool. Oh my god, we got another staff as well. We got the water staff and we got the earth staff. So 2 staffs within our first 3 caskets, as well as a rune scimitar ornament kit. That is actually so cool, and we've got a longbow as well. So we can train our range without actually having to use the training bow now. That is absolutely huge. I am so happy with those two. Obviously it's not the staff we want, like I was saying. I want the air staff, as air runes are the hardest runes to come by in the chunks that we've got. Obviously we've got the magic tutor, which we're going back to periodically. But to get 2 different staffs in my first 3 caskets, generally that's so amazing for me. It's going to make training magic a whole lot easier. Level 63 defense. We've recently got a XP lamp, although I'm not sure what entirely to put it on. Last video I said I was going to put it on Hunter, but since we have unlocked such a long smithing grind, I think we are going to start using it on smithing again, purely because there is no anvil, so every little help towards the grind. It's going to take such a long time to mine, bank and then smelt all the ores, so I think using it on smithing is going to bring down the grind by hours and hours and hours in the end. Mystery box number 4 on the account for the 20 nature runes. Have decided I'm going to keep clue juggling until I can complete 1 easy clue. We currently have 2 steps on the ground, so we only need 2 more to be able to complete one. We're currently sat at around 4,500 goblins killed. We currently have 3 beginner steps on the ground, so we're going to go get another casket real quick and then we'll be right back. 4th beginner casket and we get a fire staff. That is actually really nice for the account when we start alking stuff or superheating stuff in the future. That's going to save a lot of fire runes. The air staff is the main priority for me, but getting a fire staff is generally really good for me. I'm really happy. Just while I'm near hands, I'm going to get a quick update on how long I've played. 19 days, 9 hours. I've mentioned previously in the video that I've played for roughly 450 hours, so you can see that I'm actually above that now. I'm approaching 480 hours, which is 20 days, and I only made the account 57 days ago, so I've played roughly a third of my time I've been playing this account. That's kind of actually embarrassing and mad, but wow. Perfect, so we have managed finally, after 6,000 goblin kills, to get an easy casket and another beginner casket. So we've got 2 caskets to open, but I'm just going to chuck my XP lamps onto smithing. I finally decided to actually go for smithing. That's now at level 16. We have lamps the whole way, and every single piece of XP will help towards our goal of level 70. Open the beginner casket and we get a blue wizard robe top, which is actually perfect. It's our best in slot magic armor at the moment, and we get an air staff from the beginner. That is insane. In 6 clues, 5 beginners, we have got every single possible staff that we can. We've got the air staff, earth staff, water and fire. I don't know how rare that is, and I'm not going to work it out. All I know is that that is completely spooned. And I am incredibly happy, because now this means I can train my magic more effectively than I ever could before. Just before I start my mining, I just wanted to see how many ruby rings I got from these ring birds nests. This will tell me how much iron ore I should mine, because with ruby rings you can enchant them into rings of forging, which gives you a 100% chance of making iron bars. So as it turns out, I got 3 ruby rings, which means each one gives you 140 guaranteed iron bars, which means I can successfully mine 520 ores. Starting the mining grind has really drilled it home just how long it's going to take to hit level 70 smithing. Now there is my friend in the CC who has had a very similar task, where he had to mine over 39,000 of each tin and copper. That will get me up to roughly level 76, 77 mining. However, he didn't have access to silver. So to get level 70 smithing purely from silver is 53,000 silver ore into bars. So I'm not sure what will be quicker. I'm not sure what method I am going to do. It will probably be mine silver ore and mine tin and copper until the silver ore is back, just so I have a bit of variety, because I think if I mined the same ores for 80,000 times, I would lose my mind. And there is level 40 mining. We could now mine gold if we had access to any, or tier 4 stars. But the progress is very, very slow. We are probably averaging about 4,000 to 5,000 mining XP per hour. Now, I'm not sure that's going to get much higher because we are using a bronze pickaxe. I'm not sure the bronze pickaxe scales very well as you go up levels. Maybe it'll get a little bit faster. But I've calculated it's probably going to take about 450 hours to reach enough ore for level 70 smithing, which is why I've chosen to lamp it. I've said it a couple times, but as an example, at level 20 smithing, I'm going to get 200 XP per lamp or 300 per book, and it's 13 XP per silver bar smelted, sorry. So if I'm getting 300 smithing XP, that's a whole inventory of silver, which is taking me approximately 15 minutes per inventory to mine it all, run to the bank and get back. So it's going to save me so much time. Decided to take a break from mining to try and fight Obor with my new Staff of Air. The best spell we can currently use is Water Bolt. So I'm just going to see. I'm pretty confident that I can do way better than I was meleeing him. So I'm going to pray range and bind him. In the future, when I have a high level, I'll snare him. But I'm just going to bind him and then use Water Bolt to get him down. And when he unfreezes, run away as far as I can and repeat. I don't want to be in melee range because he can smack me 26s. Now, the maximum hit he can hit me through prayer is 13, so it halves, which is why I don't want to be within melee range because he can hit up to a 26, I believe. So we've already done better in this fight than we had in every attempt so far. We're still taking a lot of damage, but this is way more promising than previous fights. Now, I don't think my magic level is going to be a high enough level to actually kill him. The DPS isn't great, but we've got him down to about 3/4 health, maybe 2/3 health. Yeah, 2/3 health. So the food is an issue. I'd say the food is probably the biggest issue. If I had access to lobsters, tunas, swordfish, something like that, I think we would kill him probably every time. But this is actually really promising for me. I don't think I'm going to get the kill, but he's half HP, and the best we had before was about 105. So we have improved absolutely massively, and my prayer has run out as my DPS wasn't fast enough and I've died on the way out. But that's very, very promising. And another XP book that we're going to put onto smithing, just like all the other ones, and we are just one away now from level 18. And another XP book in the very same session gives us level 18 smithing. There's now only 2 more lamps. It doesn't matter whether it's a genie or if it's a book, but we're only 2 now away from level 19. It's so much quicker than it was on the early levels. We're really starting to motor through smithing now. And we're back with some more riveting mining content. Everybody loves to watch some guy smacking a rock over and over again. Level 45 mining. The early levels of mining have come and gone. We are now at the stage where each level is starting to take longer than an hour. In the early levels, you were getting a level every invent, every other invent, every half an hour or 45 minutes or so. Now it is more than an hour per level, only getting about 4 to 5k an hour. So it's starting to become a bit of a slog, but we are as motivated as ever. We will probably end up getting between 76 and 80, depending on the ratio of copper and tin that I mine, compared to the amount of silver that I mine, because each silver ore gives you more mining experience but less overall smithing experience, because there is actually a bronze anvil in Lumbridge, which I wasn't actually aware of at the start. So basically, one bronze bar, I'll get 6.5 XP from making the bar, and then an extra 13 or so XP per bar that I can make bronze items with. So each bronze bar is about 20 XP and each silver bar is about 13 HP. So if I opt for more silver, I'll get a higher mining level. If I opt for more bronze, I'll get a lower mining level. The XP randoms are coming thick and fast. Each time I see a beautiful genie or account check or a little dunce on the floor just in front of me, I'm thinking, thank God I will have about 20 minutes less mining to do. So that's great, with only one away now from level 19. I have been neglecting my collection of the air and mind runes from the magic tutor, so I've made it a thing where every other inventory I will home teleport instead of running back to Edgeville Bank. I will bank in Lumbridge and then I will collect the runes from the magic tutor and then get the canoe back up to Edgeville. It's basically the same amount of time. It means I don't have to run back to Edgeville Bank, which is a bit of a pain because there's 2 gates that are always closed and it's just really annoying. But we're currently up to 1000 air runes, which actually is really nice. Getting another lamp here from a Leo random event is always nice, just at the start of a new mining trip. An extra 190 smithing XP, and it has been pointed out to me by one of my friends, Chunk Leas, who I speak to pretty much every day that we're both on, and he has basically told me that I am being an idiot. Let me explain. So, as you all know, lamps work exponentially. This means that when you level up, the amount of XP you get increases as you level up. Now I have been banking and banking and banking all my ores and using my lamps on my low smithing level. What this means is I am basically halving the amount of XP I could be getting from these lamps because I am not leveling up my smithing as I go. So what I've decided is I am going to get level 20 smithing from just lamps, and then I am going to do a smithing run where I smith all my copper and tin into bronze. I'm going to make bronze items out of those. I'm going to smelt all my silver into all the silver bars I can make. And once I've done that, I should be well above level 40, maybe level 45 at that point. Which means that the XP that I'll get from lamps will be a base amount of level 450 XP. And from books, it will be 450 plus 50%, which is 225, so that's 675 XP, which in the end is going to save me so much time. So I'm a bit of a moron for not thinking of that first, but thank you so much to him for actually pointing that out to me. And incoming is level 50 mining. This has taken me a good few hours to get. I've done 1 to 50 in about 3 or 4 days with 1 day's gap in the middle. So basically to get to level 80 I'm going to have to do double what I've done to get to level 57, then double all of that to get to 64, double all of that to get to 71, and then double that again to get to level 78, which is about where I'll finish. So I'm going to calculate that as basically being a month's work just of mining, which isn't too terribly bad. It's not too bad at all. It's pretty chill. I can just walk and chill while I'm doing it, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I'll keep telling myself that it's not too bad. First fishing Bob random event in quite a while, and it's going to get us to level 20 fishing. We can now fish trout. So there is actually a trout fishing spot in Lumbridge. So if I had a fishing rod, a fly fishing rod, I could do that, but as of yet I don't. Level 54 mining coming in, and as you can see from my inventory, there is a variety in the ores that I'm mining. I'm basically mining the silver ore when they're available, and then mining the tin or copper until the silver's back up. So in a normal invent I'll probably get 6 or 8 silver ore and the rest tin and copper. So I'm really not sure what that will mean for my final mining level, but it's nice not to just be doing one or the other. I was having a race to see if I would get the mining level before the 6-hour log came up. I had about 6,500 XP with 1 hour to go, and it looks like I'm just going to miss the deadline. Yeah, there we go, it's going to log me out. I've got about 50 XP left until level 56, so just gonna log back in for 6 hours and 1 minute. So this is just a quick idea of how long it actually takes me to mine a silver ore with a bronze pickaxe. It's kind of painful. I'm just sat here. Any minute now. Any minute now. Oh my god. Please. It's not normally this long. I'm sorry. There we go. It took about, well, actually 30 seconds. And the final ore that is going to get us level 56. That was only about 8 seconds. That wasn't so bad. There we go. Level 56 mining. Really getting through it now. 20 smithing has been a long time coming. Between 1 lamp away since level 49 mining. So quite a while. We can now make silver bars, which is going to be the majority of our smithing grind. Smelting the last of my copper and tin into bronze bars has got me up to level 26 smithing, nearly level 27. Now we are going to start using our silver ore, and once we have smelted all of that into silver bars, we will move on to making probably bronze knives from the bronze bars. If my calculations are correct, we have about 45 smithing banked, so let's get on with it. $3,271 silver ore have now been smelted into bars. We have reached level 43 smithing. It is now time to make the 844 bronze bars into bronze knives. Level 45 smithing coming in. We have a couple hundred of bronze bars left, but not enough to get to level 46. We also have about 500 to 600 iron ore in the bank. But as of yet, we are not a high enough magic level to enchant our ruby rings, so for now this is what level we will stay at. This is a nice level to be at because now every time we get a genie or a book random event, we will get at least 450 XP from it, as opposed to the 190 XP we were getting when we were level 19. 450 XP is about 30 or 25 to 30 silver ore into bars, so it is basically a whole inventory of silver ore that I will no longer have to mine. This is going to save me about 20 minutes per lamp, so in turn would save me hours and hours and hours. The only method available to me to train crafting from level 1 in the chunks I've unlocked so far is to shear sheep and then to spin the wool in Landr Castle. Each piece of wool will give me 2.5 XP, and we need to get to level 43. Now, as we have been killing loads of hill giants and done some mining, there are gems in the bank, and as we have got a decent amount of flax from beekeeper randoms, we can train on that from level 10. The issue is getting to level 10 in the first place. It's probably about 450 balls of wool to get to level 10. So probably 15 to 16 trips of shearing sheep, walking back to Landr Castle and then spinning them. Now that's really not too bad at all. It might take a bit longer because we only have access to about a third of the sheep pen, but that's generally not too bad, only a couple of hours work. Coming in is level 5 crafting. Now this is such a painfully slow method, but at least we're getting some progress. Each full inventory of 27 is getting me about 68 XP. Some of you may have been wondering why in the first clip I was world hopping in between shearing the sheep. I didn't realise that the wool actually regenerated after a couple of seconds, so it's probably saved me quite a bit of time not hopping and just waiting a couple of seconds for the wool to respawn. But we've just hit level 7, only 3 levels to go. This has taken an hour so far. My first XP lamp in about 50 in-game hours. We haven't had one since I was level 49 mining, as I've said previously. We're going to get 450 XP from this, and that honestly is amazing. I'm so happy I took the time to get my smithing level up in the first place, and it's just every time I get one I'm going to think now it's just saving me so much time. It has taken just a minute over 2 hours to get from level 1 to 10 crafting. I believe it was about 460 balls of wool that we had to make to get to this level, which means we know for the future if we need to do this again that it is roughly 230 balls of wool per hour. We have 121 flax in the bank. So we're going to see what level this gets us. I would imagine probably level 15 or 16, maybe 17 if we're lucky. And then the remaining 3 or 4 levels up to the level we can make sapphires or cut sapphires. Hopefully we can get a few beekeeper randoms so that we can get more flax. I don't really want to use lamps on crafting. And as I'm going to be in Lumbridge for such a long time, then I'm pretty confident that we're going to get some beekeeper randoms. And that is the last of the flax made up. We have made 121 bowstrings. Unfortunately, we are 100 flax short of level 20 crafting. Obviously, once we get to level 20 crafting, we can cut all of our sapphires, which will speed up crafting exponentially. Hopefully, we can get a good amount of beekeeper randoms, and when we do, hopefully we get a good amount of flax as well. With crafting and smithing as progressed as they can possibly be at the moment, it is time to turn our attention to magic. Now when we fought Obor last we had level 27 magic and we got him to about half HP. In this episode I plan to train magic up until I have at least unlocked the death rune spells, as this may give me the edge and may give me the ability to actually kill him. Level 30 magic coming in, we can now equip Briafita's staff, so in the future when we have a high enough agility level we can climb through the grate in Edgeville dungeon and start killing moss giants and eventually start killing Briafita. Level 37 magic coming in, and on the same kill we get 50 air runes. Always nice to get some extra air runes. And I have been teleblocked and snared, so I am just going to make sure that my protect item is on because I don't want to lose my staff as I get smacked a 50 and then a 25. I tried eating, but then I remembered that I actually have rat meat and not actually sharks or carambans or brews, but there you go. He doesn't seem to gain anything from that. All he's done is gained an event of rat meat, so I guess read into that what you will. But there is a dead Chunk Danny. I think that's the second or maybe third time that I've been PK'd on this account now. I lost over 100 fire strikes, so that's a bit frustrating. But we're going to gear up and go straight back. God, I am so bad at these mage random events. I end up just getting lost and then I just waste so much time. So I think I only got about 67% reward. But the reward was a good one. We got 300 steel arrows and 10 nature runes. The nature runes will obviously be used for high alchemy, snares or superheats, and the steel arrows will also come in useful because as I now have access to bowstrings I can actually make bows. So as my range level increases I can make oak short bows, willow short bows, and then up to yew short bows. So that's going to be really helpful for me in the long term. First kill back after we were PK'd, and we get another Rune Med Helm. I believe this is the third one now we have on the account. So when we have level 55 magic, this will be a nice about 10k gold coin injection into the kitty. Beautiful. Wow, and another Rune Med Helm, literally the very next kill after you've come back from the bank. That's insanely lucky. They're 1 in, 1 2A, and we've got them back to back. So that's instantly just 20k added to the pot once we have got high alchemy. Beautiful. Just realised I didn't actually have the recorder on, which is slightly frustrating, but we got another rune chain body drop. I think this isn't actually now the third one, which is insane. It's another 30k alch. So just between the Rune Med Helms and the rune chains, we're going to have at least 80,000 coins worth of alchs. And bearing in mind, I haven't even killed 128 demons yet. It's actually insane. A fairly big level coming in now, level 40 magic. We are just now 1 level away from being able to cast Air Blast, which is the first death rune spell. Just 1 more level and we may just try our chance at Obor. Something that occurred to me that could help me with my fight against Obor was the fact that I have a bunch of sapphire rings in my bank that I obtained from birds' nests. Now if I enchant these into rings of recoil, I know there's going to be unavoidable damage against Obor that I'm going to take, so I thought if I can wear a recoil ring, maybe I can do up to 10 to 15 damage in a fight, and that could prove the difference between killing Obor and not killing Obor. Finishing off the last remaining level with just a few low alchs, we have finally hit level 41 magic, which has unlocked Wind Blast. I believe I called it Air Blast in the last clip, but Wind Blast has now been unlocked, which is the first death rune spell. So I'm going to gear up and I'm going to see if I can finally slay the hill giant boss. So what did we learn during that fight with Obor? So we got it down to the low 40s HP, which is my new best fight. However, I know there was multiple times where I misclicked or I used 2 binds in a row, which wasted time and ultimately DPS. And I messed up my eating towards the end, I just didn't click in time. But all in all, my best fight yet. I have taken about 80 HP off out of 120. So that's 2/3 of the way. We just need to find a way of getting the last third HP off. What I did notice about that fight was the recoil rings put in work. They did a lot of damage. And ultimately, as the damage taken from Obor is unavoidable, that means recoils are always going to help in every fight. I think moving forward, I'm not going to fight Obor again until I'm level 50 magic at least, as that would unlock Snare. Binds just ain't it. It's just not good enough. I can only get about one attack off before he's moving at me again. So if he's snared, I could probably get 2 or 3 attacks off at least. And I'll waste less time running around trying to freeze him. It may also be worth trying to get some lobsters from Black Demons so that I am able to heal just a little bit during the fight. I honestly don't know why I take a full inventory of rat meat, because it just wastes time. It's never going to help me. And I want to be able to kill Obor outright without having to try the tick eat method. I just want to be able to kill him in a straight 1v1 without any manipulations or anything, because I want to be able to do it consistently without dying. And I know tick eating is technically consistent, but I want to be able to kill him just in a flat out 1v1, no tick manipulations, nothing like that. So moving forward, 50 magic, Rings of Recoil, and the best spells we can use that are above 50 magic at the time, depending if we have the runes to use them. A Bob fishing random event giving us a nice juicy 650 XP and giving us 21 fishing in the meantime. Haven't fished a single fish and we're level 21. Unfortunately we missed the level, but we've just hit level 57 mining. You may wonder why we are back to mining, and this is because we actually are running low on mind runes. So I believe that we can do some mining. Every half an hour we can home teleport, get 30 mind runes and air runes from the magic tutor in Lumbridge, and then get the canoe back north and then do half an hour more mining. We're going to do this until we have reached probably 60 mining, maybe level 61, grabbed a few thousand casts of Fire Strike, then we're going to work on our magic some more, and we're just going to keep doing that. Back to back Bob fishing random events. As I keep saying, free XP is the best XP, and that's level 22 fishing. Level 58 mining coming in. Long time between levels, probably 4 to 5 hours, but we're getting there. Helping a distressed Molly and her evil twin sister. And what do we get as a reward? 3 noted uncut rubies. Unfortunately, we don't have a ring mold or access to gold, but in the future, I'm sure these will have a use at some point. Have just cast my first Lumbridge teleport spell, and this is actually a medium task, which was one of our chunk tasks, so that's quite cool to see. I can't believe this is the first time I've actually used that spell. Normally I just home teleport, but this is where we collect our air and our mind runes. We currently have 2,500 air and about 1,250 mind runes. Every half an hour, the magic tutor will give us 30 of each. I don't know why they're so stingy. If you have an air rune on you or in the bank, they refuse to give you any. Like, bitch, please just give me my airstrikes. Thank you. The amount of XP randoms and books we've got this episode is really liberating, because it makes me feel I made the right decision to train up my smithing level. 675 smithing XP just for free. That saves me about 2 full inventories of mining silver. So that alone has just saved me half an hour. It's so good. Going from a book into a Freaky Forester XP lamp, and that is another 20 minutes saved. Perfect. We got a beginner clue whilst we were mining, so we're just going to see if we can get lucky and get a one-step casket. Are we going to be lucky? Where's Uri? There he is. Uri, give me a casket, please. Please. Ah, never lucky. That's unfortunate. Hopefully in the future we will be able to get a 1 clue casket from mining. This XP random luck is actually crazy. We've got yet another book of knowledge, another 675 XP, and we're actually getting close to level 46. We've nearly done a whole level, just some XP lamps. Level 60 mining incoming, purely with a bronze pickaxe. We can now mine tier 6 stars and enter the mining guild, neither of which we can do right now, but we are actually very close to the dwarven mine, so maybe in the future we will roll that chunk. But level 60 mining is beautiful to see. My top row of levels is now 70 attack, 70 hit points and 60 mining. Whoever at Jagex has put this luck onto my account, thank you. But here is a count check, another XP lamp, and there is an extra 450 smithing XP. I legitimately don't know if I should be putting all of these lamps into the video, but it just seemed crazy to me that I've got literally so many in a row, so many different types of XP randoms. We've got books, we've got count checks, we've got freaky foresters, we've got the exercise dude, and a couple more I believe as well. But that's yet another XP random, another 450 XP, and if you take into account all of the XP randoms that we've got this episode, that has probably saved us about 4 to 5 hours. Like, it's just insane.
Another one.
Right, that's 2,000 mind runes collected. That's 2,000 casts of any elemental spell. So I think we're going to go dump these onto maybe black demons, maybe hill giants. I haven't decided yet. If we kill hill giants, we get more nature runes and we get more fire runes. If we kill black demons, we have a better chance of getting air runes and also rune drops. So I'm going to probably go for hill giants because I used most of my fire runes last episode. I wonder what level we'll get from these. My guess is level 47, depending on what spell I use. I think the most economic spell with runes is probably Earth Strike, because if you use a Staff of Earth, which you obviously have, you only use 1 air rune and 1 mind rune, whereas if you use Fire Strike, you're using 2 air runes per cast, or 3 fire runes if you're using an air staff. So I think we're going to use Earth Strike. The XP per hour will be a little bit slower, but we'll be able to do more casts in the long run, saving more runes. First magic level in a while coming in, now level 42. Just as a bit of an XP boost, we are going to throw in some curse spells now and again if I can be bothered to do it. They don't take up many runes, and we have loads of body runes and water runes from when we were killing goblins anyway, and they're very easy to stock up on if we run out, so I'm not too worried about using those runes up, and it's pretty good XP. It adds quicker XP than the actual mind rune cast themselves. Absolutely massive level incoming here. We're just about to get level 43 magic, which unlocks one of our most important spells moving forward, Super Heat Item. This gives us the ability to create bars without going to the furnace, so in the future we can make bronze bars and any bars we like really, just by using fire runes and nature runes. Taking a break from mining just while I'm doing some work, and I've got enough silver ore to get me to level 49 smithing, so I thought I would just AFK some smelting, and now we are level 49. Each level means we'll get more XP from our lamps, which will end up speeding up the grind. So we're starting off the video with level 49 smithing. I only have about 100 silver ore left, so there's no chance of me getting to the next level. But now we're only one level off 50, which is very cool considering we only have a bronze anvil. Man, I hate using bronze pickaxes because it takes such a long time to mine every single silver ore. Sometimes you get lucky and you get the ore in about 3 swings, but other times it can take 20 to 30 seconds, which really starts adding up when you're here for a long time. So we've just hit level 61 mining, giving us the level to be able to use a dragon pickaxe. Obviously that is not going to happen for a very long time, and definitely not in this chunk, but that is pretty cool. finishing a maze random event on 69%. Nice. And we get a decent reward, not many nature runes, but we got loads of chaos runes, 217. So when we're fighting Obor in the future, those are going to come in so handy for us because chaos runes aren't readily available in the chunk. We don't have too many of those, and 43 coal is always nice as well, so I'm quite happy with that reward. The levels are slowly creeping up, and now we have level 62 mining. Another XP lamp, obviously smacking it on smithing, and we're edging ever closer to level 50. With this rock comes level 63 mining, and with level 63 mining comes the halfway point to level 70. Obviously we have the level 70 smithing grind, so we will probably end up getting closer to level 80 mining, but we're halfway towards the initial chunk goal. It's time to train something other than mining and smithing. It feels like I've been doing just those two things for such a long time, so I thought I would switch it up and start training my range. Up until I unlocked the Lumbridge chunk, training range wasn't possible. However, Lumbridge opened up a number of ways of training ranged. Firstly, there is the training bow and arrows that you can get from the range tutor in Lumbridge. Then obviously there is the bronze anvil that gave me the option of smithing bronze knives, and potentially bronze arrows as well. As I had a number of flax from beekeeper randoms, I was able to make bowstrings, which is excellent for me as now I can make up to a U short bow with a few thousand steel arrows in the bank. Obviously my chunk task is to get level 36 range so that I can wield mithril bolts that are dropped from chaos druids, but the Lumbridge chunk has set the platform for the rest of my account. I will be keeping a bowstring so that when I unlock magic trees I can create the fabled magic shortbow. I'm going to start off by killing men as I have low HP and low defences, and as I get a higher level I can move on to something bigger and better such as chaos druids or hill giants. Just missed the level because the levels are actually going so fast, and that is level 10 ranged. We are missing a lot and hitting a lot of zeros on these bronze knives, which is to be expected as our level is so low, but it's actually going up very quickly. I don't think getting level 36 is going to take too long at all, probably just a couple of hours. They also have 20 HP and they are aggressive, so you get very quick kills, very little input and very fast XP. So we're up to level 25 already. It's so nice that the levels are going up so quickly compared to what we have been doing. Mining and smithing is slowly killing me inside, so I can really feel the dopamine tingling in my brain seeing these levels go up so fast. Coming in on this Chaos Druid kill, level 30 ranged. Level 30 range is the level where you can equip maple shortbows. Unfortunately, I don't actually have access to maple trees, so I cannot use these, but it's still a nice level nonetheless. I think I'm going to leave the Chaos Druids for now. I'm going to go put on some range gear. Obviously I got studded chaps and coif from some clues. I'm going to put my best gear on and I'm going to go and kill some hill giants and see how my luck goes with those. Because apparently killing 12,000 hill giants isn't enough for me. Mate, just look at me. I look like an absolute beast. I've got a coif, I've got my bronze arrows, I've got my willow shortbow, my leather boots and my leather gloves. Hill giants, I'm just gonna say it now, you should be afraid of me. To be honest, they're probably quite scared of me already, seeing as I've killed 12,000 of their brothers and sisters. I have been back at hill giants for literally 15 to 20 minutes and I've already got another long bone. I just can't get away from them. In the future it'll be great construction XP, but for now it's kind of worthless to me. It's just pretty cool seeing them stack up so much. Number 39. Level 35 range has just come in from this latest hill giant. We have actually lost about 350 bronze arrows, so that's way more than I actually thought. We only have about 400 left. I do have some feathers in the bank and I can make some bronze arrowheads if I decide that I want to use a bow and arrows more. But for now, we do have enough to get to level 36 and there's just one level to go. And this is the final level towards our ranging goal for this chunk, level 36 to range. It only took a couple of hours, the XP has been very fast, and now we have the level to wield a mithril crossbow as well as mithril bolts. So I'm just going to finish off this kill, head back to the bank, going to finish off the chunk task when we get there. Just gonna get my mithril bolts at the bank. We have got them from killing chaos druids as I mentioned before. Just need to wield them and that is a chunk task out of the way. Just as I get a genie, I thought it would be a good time to talk about my next goal, my next challenge on the account. We are approaching 600 hours on the account and I have not yet killed Obor even one time. The closest I have got to killing him was around 40 hit points, so we're only about 2/3 of the way to killing him. Obviously I don't have great food, so I need to maximize DPS when I fight him so that I can kill him before he kills me. In order to do that, I need to train my magic up to level 50 so that I can unlock the snare spell. This means that I can snare him and hold him in place for up to 10 seconds whilst I use magic spells on him from a distance. This way he can't smack me into a wall and smack me for 26 damage. Up until this point I have been using the bind spell, which only holds him for 5 seconds, which is the equivalent of 1 magic cast. With snare I believe I can use up to 3 casts per bind, which means that I will be able to get so much more DPS and hopefully I will be able to finally kill Obor. So what we're going to do is kill hill giants and we are going to get up to level 50 magic. Once we level 50 magic we're going to go straight back to Obor and I'm going to kill him. Level Level 49 magic coming in. This is the level that we can enchant ruby jewellery and ruby bolts. This is a big level because now we can enchant the ruby rings that are in the bank and we can have 420 iron bars without failing a single one. There is a possibility that I go back to some wood cutting, so if I get more ring nests then I might get even more ruby rings, which will just help speed along the smithing grind just a little bit, finishing our level 50 magic grind by just home tellying in Lumbridge. Probably not the best use of my runes, but I have a lot of lore runes left over and Obor drops lore runes too, so I can't see us needing them in the near future. Level 50 magic has been achieved. I am nervous because if I don't kill Obor now I have level 50, I'm really not sure what I'm going to do. So now I am going to gear up, I'm going to make my way to the Hill Giant's cave and I am going to fight Obor. Can I kill him? 600 hours has left me at this point. Has it been for nothing, or can I now finally kill him? a big sigh of relief. 600 hours and we finally killed Obor. I am so happy. That's been weighing on me for so long. I've spent so long on this account, I've done so much combat, and I still hadn't killed the big man. Well, now I have, and that kill was very, very poor. Instead of running around him when he was frozen, for some reason I kept running straight through him, which led to me getting smacked into multiple walls. So that's literally amazing. As long as we can keep the amount of runes up and we don't get unlucky with the snares splashing, killing Obor now is very viable on my account. And I don't know about you, but after 600 hours, I'm ready to camp Obor for a bit and see which drops I can get. Let's go. Just a quick side note, because I haven't mentioned it before, part of my chunk goals include getting every available possible combat achievement. There are 6 from Obor. We got 1 on the first kill, 1 on the second kill, and on the second kill we get a rune longsword. So one of the drops we need, 2 combat achievements already. Oh, this is beautiful. Level 65 defense coming in from these thugs. I'm now only 5 levels away from base level 70s, and obviously due to the rule I made about defense, I will be training defense higher than attack and strength as I progress through the account. I cannot believe I just died on the 50th kill. I had it all set up perfectly. I got 55 magic, which is a chunk task to get high level alchemy. And I also got total level 900. I had it all planned out to all coincide with each other. 50 KC, 900 total, and 55 magic. I splashed the snare and got smacked to 22 and ended up dying. Oh, that's so annoying. I had that planned for such a long time. So we're going to have to re-gear. We're going to have to go back and get our 50th kill. Thank God there was no dramas on that kill. And that is finally kill number 50. I know there's been a lot of Obor in this video, and I think that's justified considering how much failure we had with him in previous videos and throughout this entire account. So I'm sorry if combat isn't necessarily your thing, but to me it's a big thing that we've been able to finally kill Obor and kill him effectively, and in a way that we are not dying very often and wasting supplies. So in 50 kills, we got 13 rune items, 4 longswords, 2 chain bodies, 2 battle axes, 2 full helms, 1 two-handed sword, 1 kite shield, and 2 rune med helms. As we now have high level alchemy unlocked, this is going to boost our cash stack significantly, adding to the 120,000 coins that we also picked up from Obor's drops. We got a nice amount of free prayer XP, 200 big bones, as well as a decent amount of rune drops, 447 laws, 653 chaos, 300 nature runes and 225 cosmic runes. Slightly unlucky on the giant keys, we only got 2 of those, and we got 2 gem drops as well. All we need now from Obor is the Giant's Club and the rune plate legs or the rune plate skirt. Both of them count towards the same chunk task, so we only need 1 of those. To be honest, we only have 2 drops left with about 50 keys left, so that is genuinely amazing. I'm thrilled with how well Obor has gone. I would just like to put a quick clip just after the introduction before the video actually starts to just show how wholesome my community is, or the community that I'm in is. So at the end of the last video I said that my girlfriend is heavily pregnant, we're expecting a baby, and I would be able to play less, and she's here now. I have a daughter, or we have a daughter I should say. She's a beautiful young lady. We both love her so much, and she's an absolute joy to be around. And I shared that with the community, and everyone was saying such nice words to me. So it's just such a wholesome place to be. So if you want to consider becoming a one chunk, then you're more than welcome. Let's get into the video. Starting the video off with a fletching level, we are now level 73. As I alluded to in the introduction, we have the goal of hitting 5 million GP so that we can unlock the Edgeville respawn. This means cutting a lot of logs, fletching them into bows and selling them to the general store, which will hopefully get me to about level 80 fletching, but this is a long-term goal and I don't see us getting that anytime soon. A common theme in my videos is AFKing whilst I am doing some work, and this is no exception. We've just hit level 82 woodcutting, quite a long time in between levels as U-logs are so slow, but we're going to be making so much money, which is great for the Edgeville respawn. A mage reward of 232 death runes. That's literally the best thing I can get, seeing as that's my best way of killing Obor. That's insane. That's more death runes than I got from killing 12,000 hill giants, and it's that easy. That is going to probably get me at least 10 kills in itself. Oh man, that is so good. Another mage reward, this time 12 mithril ore and 46 coal. We're only one smithing level away from being able to actually use this, and each mithril bar gives you 30 XP. So free smithing XP is amazing for me on this account because of how long the smithing goal is actually going to take, and this is something that will definitely help me. Perfect. I was not expecting to get so many woodcutting levels, but work is really busy, so it's nice to be able to do something really AFK while I work, and now we're level 83 woodcutting. Level 84 woodcutting coming in. I am now only one level away from being a quarter of the way through the entire skill. And there we are, officially a quarter of the way through the woodcutting skill. We've got about 800,000 woodcutting experience in the past week or so, and that's 17,500 XP per hour, which is about 45 hours of just solid woodcutting use. I know that willow trees are much quicker woodcutting XP per hour, but I'm cutting yews because they're more AFK and because the yew longbows sell for 4 times the amount that the willow longbows do, so I think I'll make the time back up making the money, otherwise would have to cut 4 times the amount of logs. Back to killing Obor using the snare and mage method, and it's going really well, but we are running out of nature runes. So I'm going to have to think of a tactic where I'm not using nature runes so much, where I'm not snaring him every few seconds. Maybe I can tank some hits, or alternatively maybe I can just go kill a bunch of thugs and stack up a bunch of nature runes moving forwards. I decided to go the thug route for now anyway. They drop a good amount of nature runes. They drop them very consistently as well, as you get 2 nature runes every 1 in 9.85 kills, which basically means you get 1 nature rune for every 5 kills. They have a low amount of HP, they are very aggressive, and yeah, you just auto retaliate on and get a bunch of drops. They also drop a good amount of iron ore and coal, so although it will be a small amount of XP, it will be a little boost towards our 70 smithing grind. Kill count 55 at Obor, and we get 66 nature runes. Now this is probably enough for about 4 or 5 kills if we keep using the snare method, so that's pretty damn good. I'm really happy with that. I tried a different method of killing Obor this time. What I noticed in previous kills is when he uses his range attack, he stands in the same tile for a few game ticks, which gives me the perfect opportunity to be able to get away from him. Now if he tries to melee me, I will be out of range, so he won't be able to hit me at all, which is actually perfect because I found out that I don't actually need to snare him. This is going to save me so much time, it's going to save me so much resources, because now I can literally snare him once or twice a kill, if that, saving all my nature runes, and I can just eat up and run away if I need to. We got a 1-step casket from that previous beginner clue, and we get an oak shortbow, a normal shortbow, and 6 cabbages. So I'm not sure those cabbages are going to be very handy, but nice to be able to complete an extra beginner clue. 8 completed now, and yeah, still hunting that black pickaxe. I'm just going to demonstrate a full Obor kill so that I can demonstrate my method for killing him. So we run into the enclosure and we snare him once. Now obviously we splashed the first one in this kill, so not ideal. We've had to use 2 snares. The rest of the kill should hopefully just be running around the outside and making distance when he uses his range attack. So he's trying to chase us, he can't quite reach us. He's trying to chase us, he can't quite reach us. So we're not actually taking any damage. And the damage we do take is mostly range, so we are praying against it and minimizing the damage. So it's going pretty well here. Obviously he can smack you in melee like that, which is up to a 26, which is why you don't really want to be close to him. So as I am now on 26 HP, I need to be really careful. If he does get close to me, I probably will end up eating, as I do not want to waste a giant key. Can I kill him before he gets close to me? Yes, so nice and easy. We only had to use 2 snares, and there is the rune plate legs, which was the only rune drop that we actually needed, so that is amazing. The only other drop now we need from Obor is the giant club itself, so hopefully I don't go dry on this. I know a lot of Iron Men do go dry on the giant club, so yeah. I think in every single clip of me killing Obor, I've had these same 16 fried onions in my inventory. That's the only food that I've actually got in the bank right now, so it just shows you that I'm not taking any damage anytime I fight Obor anymore, which is genuinely amazing. I've got the technique nailed down to an absolute T, so I don't actually think I need to carry food with me. It's just for emergency, so I can snare him, run away and eat if I need to. But kill count 59, another rune longsword, chasing the giant club. We took a quick break from Obor just to do a few inventory of silver. I was very close to level 50 anyway, so I thought I would just finish it off. We are only 13.76% of the way to level 70 from level 1. So although we've made amazing progress and have now unlocked the ability to make mithril bars, it's still hundreds of hours away, although we are chipping away at it slowly. We've got a few XP lamps which I haven't included into this video as of yet, because I've done so many clips of me getting lamps in the previous 7 videos. But yeah, it's going slowly, it's taken a while. It has just been pointed out to me by a member of the One Chunk clan that I have been an idiot. Poor Chunk, who has the, I think that, is that Zenite or is that Ruby? He's been in the clan a long time either way. He pointed out to me that when I'm mining my inventories of silver, iron, tin and copper, that I can take a looting bag and instead of running back to the bank every single inventory, I can run to the wilderness, the Edgeville gate, and fill up my looting bag full of ore and then run back and get another 27 ore. So instead of banking every 28 ore, I can now bank every 54 because there's 2 lots of 27. So that's literally double the amount of ores I can take per trip, which I've been doing this for hundreds of hours. I don't know how many hours exactly, but I started in April and it's now the end of June recording this, so it's been probably 45 days, although I've been killing Obor and woodcutting and things like that in between. To have someone literally half the amount of trips you need to bank, I am so grateful, and I also feel like a bit of an idiot for not thinking about it for myself first. But that's irrelevant. I can now take a looting bag, or I could take a looting bag anyway, but I'm an idiot. But incoming level 51 smithing, we can now make mithril axes, which I wish we had an anvil for some things, because I could make a mithril axe would be my best in slot axe. But then again, if I had an anvil, I would have to get level 88 smithing to create an adamant plate body. So I'm just going to be happy that I don't have an anvil for now, even though a mithril axe would be nice. Still smelting some silver, and we've just hit level 52 smithing. It feels like I'm making loads of progress because I keep getting levels. That's the 3rd level I've got. But then I look at the progress bar on the right hand side and I'm still only 16% through. So level 49 to level 52 has been about 3 or 4% of the way through. So that just paints how slowly this grind is going. But it is going at least. Kill count 61 for another rune two-handed sword. I think that's the second one, maybe the third. But yeah, definitely duplicates now. Which is going to be handy when we have to make the 5 mil, because I can just hire out that for 35k, I think it is. So that's beautiful. That's probably the equivalent of about 6 hours of making U-bows. So absolutely brilliant. Nice to add some money to the bank. Kill count 62 for some uncut gems, which will be very handy when we're going for some crafting grinds in the future. Now that Obor has been completed, we're going to have to turn our attention mainly to mining and smithing. This is going to be what is going to take the majority of time in this chunk. It's already been over a month and a half since we started, but now there are no distractions, there is no looming, or when are we going to get the Obor drops? We have all the Obor drops, so now we just have to buckle down and get on with the mining and the smithing. We've just hit level 53. So there's 17 levels left and 3 more levels until we are a quarter of the way. So we're not even anywhere near done yet. First mining level of the video coming in on the silver ore. Level 64, only 6 more levels to hit our chunk goal. But as I've said in previous videos, we're probably going to be getting closer to 80 mining rather than 70. Each XP lamp we're getting now gives us at least 530 smithing experience, which is the equivalent of smithing 38.5 silver bars. So it's saving us a lot of time. They are adding up a lot. Obviously, mining and smithing is going to take hours and hours and hours. So to break up the boringness of doing them both constantly, I still do have about 30 giant keys left in the bank. So I will be killing Obor periodically, and we also need the money from his drops to get the 5 million for the Edgeville respawn. So this kill, the kill after we get the Hill Giant Club, we get another pair of rune plate legs, so that's at least another 30,000 coins added to the kitty. Even though I'm level 65 mining now, it is taking a while to actually mine the silver ore. It can still take up to 20 or 30 seconds if I get unlucky, and overall I'd say I'm getting between 6 and 7,000 mining XP per hour when I am actually mining. So it's not very fast at all. It's 46,000 experience to level 66, so that's probably going to be between 6 and 7 hours. So that just kind of shows you how long it's going to take, and if we're getting up to level 80, then you can tell it's going to take a while. Level 54 smithing coming in now. I've had to take the total gold tracker off because it was slightly depressing seeing how slowly it was going up. It is more dopamine filling seeing the bar go up fully each time you get a level, so I think we'll be sticking with that for the time being. I haven't quite talked about a big elephant in the room as of yet, and that is level 43 crafting. I need level 43 crafting so that I can cut a diamond that I have got from Obor. And the main method of training crafting I have is shearing sheep. Now each wool gives 2.5 XP, so it's going to take many thousands of wool to reach level 43. Currently I am level 16 crafting. Now at level 20 I will unlock the ability to cut sapphires. Now as I have killed many hill giants and I have mined so far up to level 65, I have got over 100 sapphires in the bank, as well as emeralds and rubies. So for the time being I just need to get myself up to level 20, then I can cut all my gems and that will make crafting a whole lot faster. So I'm in a PvP world at the minute. I am smithing my bronze bars into knives, and right next to the bronze anvil and lumberage is the sheep pen. So every inventory of bronze bars, I'm going to do an inventory of wool, just so because I'm in the same place I might as well do it while I'm here. This will hopefully save me, and by the time I run out of bronze bars I should have enough wool to get up to level 20 crafting. The 6th smithing level of the video, now we are level 55. We can now make mithril scimitars. Not that I need one because I have a beautiful hill giants club and a rune longsword. Just going to put that out there. But there we go, level 55 mining. We are now 15 levels away from finishing our goal. Another Obor kill been and gone, and we get a giant key as well as 50 pairs of big bones. So very nice. Free prayer XP, another Obor kill, so hopefully we can get a piece of rune so we can get some more money. Beautiful. Once again a maze random whilst we are just AFKing some wood cutting. 118 death runes, a few nature runes and some steel arrows. We don't really need the death runes anymore, but we potentially could sell them to the general store just to top up some money. We do have loads of runes in the bank. The only runes we are running low on really are nature runes, which we just got 11 of there, but I'm going to save the nature runes for high alks or superheating, whatever I actually need them for in the future. But quite a nice reward. I really can't believe how many mazes I've had this episode. I think this is the 4th or the 5th one. This one gives us more mithril and more coal, so that's just free smithing XP. That's about as good as it can get for me, as well as getting some money like the death runes. So that is really good. A new mining level coming in, now level 66. We are only 4 away from our chunk goal. But if we are going to be getting level 80, as we have to go above there to get the smithing goal, this would mean we are officially a quarter of the way to getting the ores bank to get level 70 smithing, if that makes sense. So obviously if I keep mining tin and copper, the overall mining level will be lower than if I do it solely on silver and iron. But we're making good progress. You can also see the random events that I've got in the past few days. I have got, I'm not sure the rate on this, 2 Leos in a row, 2 strange plants in a row, then 2 out of 4 were count checks, a fishing random, posty Pete for some gems, and then 2 frogs in a row, 2 mysterious old men in a row. I'm not really sure if you're more likely to get the one you've just had, if that makes sense, because there's 2 Leos in a row, 2 strange plants, 2 frogs, and 2 mysterious old men, all in a row. I feel like that's really, really rare considering how many random events there actually are. Speaking of random events, another count check, baby, another free 550 XP. Oh yes, finally we get a Beekeeper's random event. We are now halfway through June, and I haven't had a Beekeeper since April. So I cannot believe that it has been probably about 50 days, maybe more, since I've had one. Anyway, the reason I like these events is because I spoke previously about crafting, and I said that my main crafting method is crafting and spinning wool. Now when you get a Beekeeper random, when you get all 4 pieces of the clothing, you start getting flax at the end as a reward. And flax gives you 15 XP per flax when you spin it into a bowstring. So not only does it give me crafting XP, which is going to be invaluable to me, as otherwise I'm going to have to keep getting loads and loads and loads of wool from sheep, I can now spin that into bowstrings and make longbows, and also my best in slot bow for this chunk, which will be a yew short bow. And ultimately, when I can spin the flax into bowstrings, I can make yew longbows, which I can then alch for loads of money, which will contribute towards the 5 million. So overall, the Beekeeper random event is probably the one I want more than any other right now. But then again, when you're getting so many XP lamp random events, you can't really complain either. 2,200 XP from just these 4 alone. 67 mining, 3 to go. Oh my god, yes, we got another Beekeeper. I think that's 2 in the last 2 or 3 days after not getting one for 50 days, so let's see how many flax we get from this one. Only 5. Kind of makes me think, what's the point? But that makes it so I have to pick about 30 less wool overall, so actually well worth it. Random event maze number 6 of the video, I believe. What are we going to get in this one? More mithril ore. So like I say, free smithing XP is the best, and mithril ore takes so long to mine with a bronze pickaxe. So if I can get some coal from somewhere, or if I have some coal in the bank, then that's just free smithing XP, which is all going to add up. Every now and again I get a beginner clue whilst I'm mining rocks, so I go and see if I can get a 1-step, because I can't be arsed juggling them while I'm mining. And do we get a casket? Yes, we actually do this time. Right, do we get anything we need? Praying for a black pickaxe. We got a leather body, which actually is an upgrade because we didn't have a ranged body before. So now we have leather chaps, a leather body, coif, and leather boots. So we are looking dangerous. Back with a mining level, 1 away from level 69 and 2 away from our goal. Yo! What? We got the stale baguette! I wasn't even recording because I wasn't even expecting it. Like, it's so rare. The chat is going absolutely insane. It was going crazier now than when I got the Hill Giant Club. Look at it, it's absolutely beautiful. I'm not sure on the stats on this thing, but I'm pretty sure it's just a mean weapon and it doesn't actually hit any damage, so I'm just demonstrating now. Oh my god, we actually hit a number with it. Maybe it is possible then. But yeah, oh my god, this is now the random event log completed. So that's now Obor and the random event log. I don't really know what to say. It's ridiculously rare. I know there's literally hundreds of people in the clan chat that don't have it and have spent hundreds and hundreds of days playing this game without getting it. And I've been spooned it in about, what, 25, 30 days? So the attack stats are minus 100 across the board, except for minus 50 on Slash, I think that was. But I'm genuinely speechless. That's incredible. We've been mining for a few days, and I have a couple thousand silver ore banked. So I'm just going to quickly smelt them into bars just so I can chill and do some other things instead of constantly clicking while mining. So incoming is level 56, 57 and 58 smithing. Genuinely can't believe how much time I've spent woodcutting this episode, because I genuinely had no intentions to do any woodcutting, but seeing as I've been working and then I had a baby, it's not been really easy to play all the time, so I've spent probably a good 80 to 100 hours just sat woodcutting, clicking every 5 or 10 minutes. So there we go, 86 woodcutting, and there's only 13 levels left until I've completed the skill. Now I know that's a very, very long way away, but it's our highest level by an absolute mile, and yeah, it looks really nice. Many hours later, level 69 mining. Nice. We're just one level away now from completing our chunk goal of mining. I wish it was the end there, but sadly I don't even think we're halfway yet, so a third beekeeper's random in the space of a few days, and this time I hope we get more than 5 flax, but any flax is just fine. How many do we get? 9. So nearly double what we got last time. It's still not ideal, but because I think they can get up to like 25 flax, but we'll take 9 flax. We're edging ever closer to level 20. Here we go. Just letting my mate know that we've made it. Level 70 mining. Oh, that's taken so long. It's taken about 2 months, I'm not gonna lie, from level 1 to level 70. But here we are, we can now mine adamant, so I don't even want to know how long this is gonna take, seeing as silver can still take me up to 30 seconds. I'm not really sure what to commentate over this. I have been told in the past that messaging my friends whilst I'm recording doesn't look the best, but me and him have this bond, I should say, when we text each other just before we get a big level. So I was a bit excited just to let him know I was getting level 70, and there we go. An adamant ore has been mined on this account, so my chunk task is complete. 70 mining. The only 2 level tasks left, I believe, 70 smithing and 43 crafting. It feels so good to finally have got 70. It looks beautiful there on the top row with the other 2 70s, but still a long way to go. The gods of RNG are really trying to make it up to me. Another beekeeper's random. They are coming thick and fast now, and this time we get 25 flax. That is insane. I think that's me reaching level 20 now. Oh my god, that's so amazing. Everything's finally coming together. I think I finally have enough to get to level 20, which means I can start on my gems. Oh, that's incredible. It's hard to put into words the one chunk experience compared to the normal game, as we get 59 smithing here. So I have a normal Iron Man as my main account. It's got 180 days playtime on it. It's got about 699s. My lowest stat is 80, I think. So it's not the best account, but it's up there. Like, I'm experienced at the game. I know kind of what I'm doing, but grinds like this using a bronze pickaxe to get up to 80 mining and having to get 70 smithing without a anvil. It's taking a bit out of me, but I'm still as motivated as ever. I'm used to, I did motherload mine to 99 on my main, and my smithing I think is level 88 or something, and I'm used to just going to the blast furnace and getting crazy amounts of XP per hour. As we just hit level 60 smithing there, so 70 mining and 60 smithing. I am really enjoying this account. I love it, and it's probably the most attached I've ever been to an account on RuneScape. I think that's partly because of the community of the One Chunk account, and also my YouTube community. I've got a lot of positive feedback and a lot of support, so I don't think I would be able to do this without that support. It really keeps me motivated to keep going. I'm finding it so enjoyable, and I think this is a great place to end this video. We've got a lot of progress in this video. We've got Obal's Club, and we've also got the Stale Baguette, two very rare drops that take a long time to get on any normal account. We've got 70 mining, which is our chunk goal completed, and we also have level 60 smithing. So a lot of progress has been made. I am very, very happy with what we've done this episode. Moving forwards, obviously we have to get 70 smithing and 43 crafting, as well as 5 million GP. So moving forward, those are the goals that we have set for ourselves, or the chunk picker has set for us. We have a lot of U-logs banked, I think close to 8,000 logs banked, so we're going to get a good amount of fletching levels next video, more woodcutting levels, more mining levels, and most importantly, smithing and crafting levels. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you, and yeah, I hope you are all good. Have a good day whatever you're doing and wherever you are. Thank you. Welcome back to another video of Chunk Danny. You're joining us here just as we get level 71 mining, the first level above our goal of level 70. I believe I'm going to be getting level 80. I might have said this before, but I cannot really remember. So I think a maximum of 9 levels to go. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep doing silver all the way. The reason my mining level is so high is because I have prioritized silver over iron and bronze and yeah, tin and copper. So when you mine silver, you get 13.7 smithing XP to 40 mining XP. So you get way more mining XP than you do smithing. When you mine iron, you get 35 mining XP and 12.5 XP per bar smelted. Now obviously we don't have an anvil, so we can't make use of the iron bars smithing, so we can only take into account the smelting part. Now obviously we need to remember that when you smelt iron, there is a 50% chance that you don't actually get a bar out of it, so we're getting way more mining XP than smithing XP. Alternatively, if you do tin and copper, you get about 20 or so XP per bronze bar, but that requires doing double the amount of trips to the anvil. I would have to mine probably at least 25,000 of each tin and copper, and then I'd have to make trips to the bronze anvil in Landr as well. So that's why I've prioritized really silver and iron, is because I can just do it all at the furnace and it should be quicker than doing double the trips with bronze and then going to the anvil. Another Beekeeper's random event. We have actually got quite a few of these in the past week or so. I think it's now the 5th one. We are still trying to get to level 20 crafting. How many flax are we going to get from this? 12, that's not bad at all. There's 15 XP per flax, so that's 180 crafting XP, just like that. That's the amount of XP that a dunce random event would get you. So that's beautiful, we're very close to level 20 now. Just managing to get a mining level just before the system update happens. I'm not actually sure what this update is, but I think there's a bit of downtime for this one, so level 72 mining, it's nice to get that, and I can have a break in about 25 minutes. My random event luck is off the charts lucky right now. We have got beekeepers, we've got genies, we've got count checks. My most recent is a book, a dance random event, and this book of knowledge is going to get me 900 smithing XP. We're very close to actually getting 1000 XP per book now, but 900 XP is the equivalent of 65 silver ore that I now no longer need to mine, which is probably half an hour plus the smelting time, probably about 40 minutes of work that I no longer have to do. It's adding up so much. It is time to do some forestry on the account. Now you might be thinking you've been in Edgeville and you've been in Landr, both places that don't have a forestry tutor. Well, you'd be right. However, you can participate in forestry events if you are woodcutting with someone who has the forestry backpack. So my good friend Chunklius has just decided that he's going to grind 99 woodcutting so that he can roll a free chunk, which is a rule that some chunk accounts make, to give them a bit of inspiration or motivation to unlock a new chunk, which may have a better training method or something like that, maybe a better drop or a better pickaxe to maybe speed up the grind a bit. So he has the forestry backpack because he has unlocked Draenor. I believe there's one in Draenor. So I asked him if he would like to come chop some yews with me, as I also have Lumbridge, so I have a passive 99 woodcutting grind. So I just wanted to see if it was faster, if I could get any of the drops maybe. I'm just going to spend a couple of hours woodcutting with him, and yeah, we'll see what we can get. So I just got the forestry event where you have to pluck them little things. It gives you woodcutting and fletching XP. And I didn't realise how close I actually was to a fletching level. So level 74 fletching coming in, only one level away now to a level 75, which is beautiful. I will definitely be getting that either this episode or next episode as I cut my thousands of U-logs in the bank. But to answer his question, no, I was not saving it for a clip. I just genuinely didn't realise how close I was to the level. And as I'm fairly new to the forestry events, I'm not always sure which events give what XP, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But 74 fletching, beautiful. And here we are, our first forestry collection log, the sturdy beehive parts. Now, depending how much forestry I actually do and how many of these events I get, this could be a very good money maker towards the 5 million Edgeville respawn, as each one you get alks for 3000 GP, and they're very easy to get and it's very passive through the forestry skill. So more woodcutting with forestry, more sturdy beehive parts, more GP, and yeah, that's our first collection log, and I hope there will be many more. I think my favourite forestry event so far is the mulch one, because once you've worked out what the right combination is at the start, it gives you so much XP and then you get a massive XP drop at the end. Now, I've got a black axe and cutting yews is very slow. I get about normally 16, 15, 17,000 XP per hour, somewhere in that ballpark. Obviously the figure in the top right is across the entirety of my login time, so that takes into account mining, smithing and everything else as well. So that's not actually representative of the XP we're getting. But when you are cutting yews with a black axe, your XP is so slow, the woodcutting XP. So when you get a forestry event like this, which gives you 150 XP, basically, actually no, I think it's about 167 XP, and I'm getting one farming XP every other one, I think. So yeah, I'm basically getting a U-log every 5-10 seconds, where normally it's probably 2 a minute, if that. So over time, this woodcutting XP gain is going to be significant, probably 10k extra woodcutting XP per hour doing forestry rather than just solid woodcutting, which I know forestry's been out for quite a while now, but I've never actually been able to make use of it on this account, and I've never really done it on my other account either. But yeah, it's every time this my friend wants to do some woodcutting, I'm going to jump at the opportunity because the XP is fabulous. The event's going to end in a sec, so let's see how much XP dropped. 2,749 woodcutting XP. That's about 15 U-logs worth of XP just in 5 seconds. Like, that's amazing. It's now time to talk about the Fox Whistle forestry event. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Chunklius is going to 99 woodcutting. He's currently around level 90. So you can imagine how many forestry events he's had. The only collection log slot that he hasn't got from forestry is the Fox Whistle, and he is very dry on it. I think he's done probably, he said, over 100 or so Fox events. I have done I think 2 or 3, and I'm getting very, very slow passive hunter experience. I get 1 hunter XP every other trap. So at level 1 hunter, each trap you take apart, dismantle, is 0.5 hunter XP. So you get a lot of woodcutting XP, I think 116, 117, somewhere on that ballpark. I think it scales off your actual level, and then you get hunter XP on top. So I'm going to laugh so hard if I get the Fox Whistle before him. There is a running joke between us that I am spooned, that he goes dry on things and I get spooned them very quickly. Obviously we're both in Edgeville, so we have a lot of the same chunk tasks. An example of this is the Oballs Club. I got mine on KC 63. He's on about 110 kills, I think, maybe 120, maybe 130. And he still hasn't got one, so he's very jealous, and he keeps reminding me of that fact that I am lucky. So as I am woodcutting with him and he needs the Fox Whistle and so do I, it's going to be very funny if I get it and he doesn't. Oh my gosh, I've just realised I wasn't recording. I got the Fox Whistle and I'm still level 1 hunter. That must be my 5th, 6th, 7th Fox event. I'm still level 1 and you get about 8 hunter XP per event at level 1. And obviously I lamped hunter 3 times a few episodes ago. So I can't believe I got it in front of him. He is not happy. He is not happy. Mate, I am so sorry, but that is a collection log chalked off for me. I feel so happy and so guilty and rubbish at the same time, because this is all he has been talking about for the past week or so, is how dry he has gone on the Fox Whistle, and I've rolled up on the 2nd time of ever doing forestry, and yeah. Once he had had a chance to calm down and stop raging, he did he did congratulate me and say how in disbelief he was, and that I was a lucky boy for getting this drop so quickly. But this isn't to say that I will get all of the forestry drops this quickly, so okay, it is time to get serious again, and after all of the beekeeper random events and the amount of wool we have in the bank, it is time to spin it all into balls of wool and spin the flax into bowstrings. We now have level 20 banked, so once we have level 20 we can move on to the sapphires that we have in the bank, and the amount of sapphires we have is enough to unlock the level for emeralds, which I think is level 27, so we have enough for that. And it's going to be interesting to see if we have enough to unlock rubies, which I think we have about 50 rubies in the bank. So if we can't get to the rubies, it's not going to be too much of a hassle, because we are still mining. We're not even halfway through our mining yet. So we're going to get loads of sapphires and emeralds passively through mining, as well as random events. So the grafting level will come up gradually and passively through other things. It's not something we need to focus on massively right now, but I just want to see what level I have banked, and I just want to see what level I can get to with the resources that I have at the minute. And with the final few flax, there we go, level 20 crafting, a huge level for the account. It is going to propel us into regions we have never been able to go before. So level 20 crafting now, like I said, we've got well over 100 sapphires. That's amazing XP. Each sapphire is 50 XP, so it's going to be very fast as well. I'm just going to finish off these flax, and then I'm going to start cutting into my gems. So we've just bought a chisel from the general store for 1 measly coin. And I actually can't walk this way, otherwise I will leave my chunk and I will be slated by the entirety of YouTube. I'll be made to restart my account for leaving my chunk. But there we go, level 21 crafting, 7 sapphires later, so the XP is monumentally fast. Just look how quickly that progression bar is going up at the top. We should have maybe 23 crafting this inventory alone. So I'm just going to do a little speed up montage of me getting through all my gems, and yeah, we'll see where we end up at. Okay, so there's level 33 crafting. So we've gone from level 16 to level 33 in about 5 to 10 minutes, so that's insane. The XP with cutting gems is amazing. So yeah, all the gems that we've got in the bank, I've got us up to level 33, so we're actually 1 level shy of being able to actually cut the rubies that we've got in the bank. So that'll be for another day. Look how many gems we've got, 160 sapphires and 115 emeralds. So yeah, it is time now to go back to mining and back to smithing. We have a long way to go with smithing, and we're going to get so many gems on the way. Let's go. 9 levels to go. 9 levels to go. They're going to be extremely long levels, but we only have 9 levels to go. So I'm hoping to have this chunk finished by the end of July towards the start of August, depending how much mining I can get done on a day-to-day basis. If I can do about 40,000 XP mining per day, which is 1,000 silver a day, I should be done in about 3 to 4 weeks time, so that'll be right on schedule. Yeah, it's taking this toll on me, is this grind. Basically one of the only things I'm doing on a day-to-day basis is mining with a bronze pickaxe, and it's probably the longest and most tedious grind that I've ever actually done on this game. So I wouldn't say I'm not enjoying it, but it is pretty tedious. It can get extremely boring, but that doesn't mean I'm not motivated. We have level 62 banked, so we are very close to being officially halfway. And a big boy level 75 fletching coming in. That's the level to be able to make rune arrows. So that is a beautiful level to have on the account. I remembered that mining and smithing isn't the only goal that I currently have. I obviously have the 5 million Edgeville respawn, which has been the elephant in the room for this entire account, because it is such a big amount of money to get in the first chunk, or the first few chunks, now that we've unlocked 3, being Lumbridge, the Grand Exchange and Edgeville. So as I've been cutting yew logs doing forestry, I realised that I had probably 7,500 yew logs in the bank, and I also had 2,500 roughly willow logs in the bank from previous grinds. Obviously that's enough to get probably to level 78 or 79 fletching, so I think what I'm going to do in the remainder of this chunk, I'm going to aim for enough yew logs to be able to get to level 80 fletching. Now level 80 fletching is obviously the level to be able to make a magic shortbow. We don't actually have one of those yet, but as we progress through our chunks, we will eventually unlock a magic shortbow, and I believe 80 fletching is also going to be the level that I'm going to get the money for the 5 million Edgeville respawn. Obviously we have the loads of Obor drops, load of rune drops from Obor. We have going to have about 10,000 yew longbows in the bank and 25,000 willow longbows in the bank, so I'm going to have to hop around a lot to get the money from the general store for those. That's going to be tedious as well, and if we need a little top up, then we also have about 30 Obor keys left, and also we're going to have about 35 to 40,000 silver bars in the bank. So it's a bit tedious, but we've got a lot of things to get through. So I reset my woodcutting XP per hour because I wanted to see how fast this XP per hour doing forestry actually was. And this mulch event is insane because all 3 are on the same pile, so the XP is probably as fast as you can get, and it's very close to the actual sapling. So 167 woodcutting XP every couple of seconds is increasing our woodcutting XP by literally 10k an hour. I think it's more than 10k because not doing forestry I get about 16 at a push, and at the minute I'm sitting above 28,000, so it's probably at least 40%, maybe 50% faster overall. I'm going to get a massive XP drop in a second as well. So we're very close to level 87 woodcutting. I haven't actually needed to woodcut for a chunk task since about level 78, so we've done over half of the woodcutting XP, purely going towards the 5 million Edgeville respawn, so that's kind of an insane stat. I'm just waiting to see how big this XP drop is actually going to be. It's normally between 2,500 to 3,000, 2,600 XP, and only 1 farming XP away from level 2. So yeah, the levels are flying up. Finally, level 87 woodcutting coming in. Been a long old level, but we got there eventually. Time to start forestry there, I think, and go and finish off the silver ore that is in the bank. And level 62 smithing, just 1 more level now until we are halfway to go. 8 levels to go in total. I can't wait till this is over. Just a bit of a bank update to show our current resources and what we're working with at the minute. We've got 12,000 anime bark doing forestry. We have 18,000 silver bars made, 2,300 bronze bars, 1,300 iron bars. We have 337 more silver ore to make, so we don't have enough to get to the next level, but we're very, very close. We have 8,000 yew logs and 2,300 yew longbows made. So that's more than 10,000 yew longbows that we're going to actually have, and there's nearly 25,000 willow longbows. We're gradually stocking up on more gems, but that's going to take a while. We don't have quite enough to get to level 34 crafting yet. That is going to be the kind of short-term goal as we passively get that as we mine and get through random events. But our bank is looking very, very healthy. It looks beautiful. Something that has been bugging me for quite a while actually is how many seed nests I have in the bank, so I thought I would do a quick little opening just to see what seeds I've got. Obviously this is all the way from level 1 to level 87 woodcutting, so I don't know if this is going to be representative or if I've got lucky or unlucky, but I'm just going to open all of these. We'll come back to see what we've left with at the end. So we have now opened all 86 seed nests, so let's have a quick look at what we've got. 19 acorns and then 16 apple trees, 12 willow seeds, 7 maple seeds, 10 banana seeds, 5 orange and 5 curry seeds, as well as 3 calquats, 2 palm trees, 2 pineapple, 2 papaya, 2 yew seeds, and then a redwood seed right at the end. So kind of nice that we've got yew trees and redwood seeds already. I'm not sure how long it's going to be before we're actually able to use them though. Another Quizmaster random event and we get another mystery box. This time we get an old boot. I'm starting to think these don't actually drop anything valuable to me, because I normally either get cabbages or I get an onion or an old boot or something rubbish and useless to me. I see people getting dragon spears, mithril scimitars, which I don't actually need. But yeah, mystery boxes, I might just start taking the 1000 coins at this rate, because it is genuinely pointless. First mining level in quite a while. We're about to reach level 74. Yep, there we go. Each mining level is now taking probably close to 20 or so hours. I'm not getting very quick mining XP at all. As you can see, throughout my login time it's only about 2.5k. If I reset that, it'd probably be about 4 to 5k an hour, so it's going to take 20 hours to get 100k experience. So yeah, we have to get probably 6 more levels. That's probably going to take at least another 120 hours, maybe up to 150 hours, depending how fast I'm going. But yeah, 6 levels to go, but we're not even that close still really. My first Bob random event in quite a while, I won't lie, and we get some fishing XP, so that is now level 25 fishing. We're now at the level where we no longer get a fishing level each time we get a Bob random event, because you get 650 XP per event, and yeah, there's more than that per level now, so that's kind of depressing. But 25 fishing without catching any fish. I have done so much mining in the past few days, so we've got a 5,000 silver ore stacked up in the bank, so it's time to work our way through it all, just so we don't have to do like 30,000 in one go right at the end. It's more manageable doing it in small chunks. Coming in at level 63 smithing. As I mentioned in my very first episode, every 7 levels you double your XP, so our target is level 70 and we have reached level 63. So in 2 months, over 2 months I think, I rolled this chunk at the end of April and it's now start of July, so 2 and a bit months. We are officially halfway. So we just basically have to do exactly the same again, although that's not technically true because we are getting more XP per lamp. So if we get as many lamps as we have got in the first half, we will have to mine way less ore than what we mined to get 63. 3,000 silver bars later we reach level 64, so now only 6 levels to go. A big boy level, now level 75 mining, which is beautiful to get. Only 4 or 5 more levels to go. It's actually such a ball ache going to this bronze anvil in Lumbridge. The closest bank is there in a PvP world. There is the chest that spawns right next to the Lumbridge respawn. So if it's efficiency you want, you're going to have to log into a PvP world. I'm actually in an Australian PvP world right now because I believe it's the middle of the night in Australia, so there's only about 60 people on the entire world compared to about 400 or 500 in the European worlds. I was in the European worlds before that and I did end up dying a few times, so I think I lost maybe 25 bronze bars in total because someone literally followed me to the anvil and killed me whilst I was making stuff. But yeah, we are very close to level 65 smithing. I thought I would just burn through all of the resources I had in my bank. So that's all the silver ore, all the bronze bars, all the iron ore and everything like that. So just a quick demonstration of the method that we are using. I am using the Lumbridge teleport just to save myself a bit of time, because we have to do so many trips to the anvil. So only walking one way and teleporting back it's not the most ideal way of using my lore runes, just teleporting about 50 tiles away, but it is saving me a lot of time. It also makes sense with the inventory because I am making bronze plates bodies, and with this inventory setup I have enough room to make 5 bronze plate bodies and nothing else. So level 65 smithing coming in, only 5 levels to go. We do have about just over 1,000 I think bronze bars left, so we will be about 25-30% way through level 65. Once we have finished these, it'll be back to mining. Okay, so we've got a bunch of gems that we have cut. We've got them from mining and also from random events, and we had a couple of leftover flax in the bank, which has got us up to level 34. Now that unlocks the ability to be able to cut rubies, of which I believe we have nearly 60 of those in the bank. So I'm just going to go and cut all those, chop them up, and I'm going to see what level we get. My guess is we will just scrape level 36. If we can just scrape level 36, that will take us to halfway to our crafting goal. Our goal being level 43. And I believe we will get a lot of gems, as I say, through passive mining, and maybe if we kill Obor a few times we have a few keys left. So random events, mining and Obor should hopefully give us enough gems to get to our goal of level 43. If not, we will have to go back to the sheep pen and shear some more sheep. Beautiful. Getting a book of knowledge from a dunce random event gives us our biggest XP drop of the account so far, 975 smithing XP. It's very close to getting 1000. Yet another Bob random event. It's pretty annoying when you get magic XP out of these, because we have a good way of getting magic XP, but this one gives us some nice fishing XP. That's now level 26 and 0 fish caught. It is a new day of mining, and on this new day comes a new mining level. On the next rock we will get level 76 mining, which takes mining to our second highest skill outright, ahead of strength and fletching and behind woodcutting. So there's a maximum now of 3 or 4 levels to go. I think 3. I think we'll hit our target on level 79, having done the calculations quickly, but there we go, level 76 mining. Not entirely sure whether there's a level 8 setting up a cannon in the Edgeville dungeon and dying to a skeleton, but we will pay our respects by burying their bones. What the hell? Another dunce random event. We have got very lucky with these in the past few days, and there is another 1000 XP nearly towards the smithing goal. Okay, we've got another mystery box on the account, probably number 12, 13 maybe. I'm determined to get something other than a lettuce or a boot. And we get a flyer. What genuinely is the point? Another dunce random event, and we are rewarded with another book, so 975 more smithing XP towards the goal. It'll be interesting to see how much smithing XP I've got from lamps and books throughout this entire grind. So when I get to level 70 I will go back through my days on Wise Old Man and see how much XP I've got on a day-to-day basis from lamps, and I will tot that up at the end. Okay, but on a very bad streak. We've got cabbages, onions, flyers and boots, I think we've got 1 XP lamp and maybe 1 easy clue scroll. So this time, am I going to be at all luckier than how I have been in the past 5 to 10 mystery boxes? Let's see. Another cabbage. After a long time mining, the next level is about to come in, level 77, which means we will hit our goal in just 2 more mining levels. But if you look at the right hand side of the screen where you can see my XP per hour, it is just sitting at below 4,000. Now I haven't seen it go higher really than 4,000 or 5,000 throughout the entirety of my grind, and I'm currently at nearly 1.5 million mining experience, so you can tell that if I'm getting less than 4,000 XP per hour and I've got 1.5 million XP, just how many hours this is taking. It's gonna take overall at least 5, 6, 7, maybe 100 hours, which is genuinely ridiculous. It's approaching probably double the amount of time I took to get the curve bone in the initial hill giant grind, and I'm approaching 50 days on the account now, so I cannot even begin to tell you how long this grind has taken me. It's genuinely insane. My entire set of recorded clips at the minute seems to be XP lamps, beekeeper random events, as well as mining and smithing levels, so massively riveting content, but we'll take that 10 flax. I'm sure that'll be very helpful towards our crafting goal. And about 40 to 45 hours later, we are getting our next mining level, now level 78. So as you can see, it's still around 3,800 XP per hour, and the next level is about 170,000 XP. So if you quickly do the maths on that, that equates to roughly 44 hours of mining until you get to the next level. Remember, the mining isn't actually this slow, it's the fact that you have to walk back to Edgeville Bank and you have to walk all the way back, and it's quite a long time. I think the walk there and back takes longer than actually mining the inventories of silver and copper and tin. But yeah, there we go, level 78 mining, now only 1 level to go until we have reached our goal. Okay, we have a maze random event. Let's see if we can get a good reward. We've got over 70%, which I'm quite happy with. 73% that actually ended on. And we get death runes, coal and coins. Genuinely, that's probably one of the best rewards I could actually get. 2,000 coins will go nicely towards our 5 million coin respawn. 130 death runes will be very helpful for killing Obor nice and quickly after we finish mining, and obviously now make some nice mithril bars. I have been logged in for 5.5 hours. I genuinely don't have my public chat on, but I just had a quick look at the public chat and there's 4 messages. There's a chat from Iron Dolawat, I think that's how you pronounce it, sorry if I've got that wrong. But he sent me a message saying, "Hey Danny, just watching your vids right now." And I had a look around me and there was no one around me. I had just done some smithing, so maybe he was in Edgeville somewhere. So I just retraced my steps and I actually ended up finding him. There he is, level 46, and yeah, I decided to have a nice chat with him, and I searching all around Edgeville. I didn't want to come across as this rude, snobby guy who makes videos, doesn't have enough time for the people who watch his videos. But no. Where's he gone? Like, I generally lost him again. Is he at the anvil? At the furnace? Yeah, there he is. So I'm just going to see if he actually will respond to me, because he kind of just ignored me right now. Dolawat, were you talking to me earlier? Well, let's see what he has to say. Yep. He doesn't seem too impressed with me. I feel like kind of an arsehole, because he sent me a nice message and I just completely ignored him. And yeah, how long ago was that? 15 minutes ago. Oh, okay, so it wasn't hours and hours ago like I thought it could have been. And yeah, I really appreciate the message. It's very nice of you. And thank you for watching my videos. It's always nice when someone comes up to me in game and tells me that they're enjoying their videos. I only have just over 450 subscribers when I'm making this, so it's nice that I'm slowly, steadily building up sort of a base that kind of knows who I am a little bit. Obviously there's a long way to go, and I hope we can keep expanding this community who have been very good to me so far, and very supportive, getting a lot of likes, comments, views and extra subscriptions. So I just wanted to say this is a nice wholesome moment. I just wanted to share this and say that there are some good people out there. A lot of the time there's bots, or there's toxic people, racist people, all this other stuff, but now and again you'll get this nice wholesome experience that makes you remember why you started playing the game in the first place. I have made it my prerogative to get the crafting level as soon as I am able to get one, so I have got a lot of beekeeper random events and also a lot of gems whilst I've been mining, so I've quickly just come to Landr and spanned all my flags to get up to level 37 crafting, which got me thinking, maybe it's time to stop lamping smithing and to start lamping crafting. This is because I'm very close to the end of my mining and smithing grinds now, so there'll be potentially not a lot more gems to come. This means that I will have to go and use the terrible crafting methods that I've got in my chunk, which include spinning balls of wool for 2.5 XP each, or killing cows in the Landr pen, luring them outside so that I can actually reach them, and then cooking the sinew on the range and getting 15 XP that way. So I think for now I'm going to start lamping my crafting. I managed to get up to about 10,000 silver ore in the bank, so I thought I would spend a few hours just smelting it while I'm busy doing some work and some other things in my real life. But here we are, just getting level 66 smithing. There's now only 4 levels to go. I believe we have at level 68 banked at the minute, so hopefully by the end of today I'll have level 68, and then it'll just be a full out push to get the last 2 levels. And here we go, our first XP lamp on something other than smithing for basically the entirety of the account. 370 free crafting XP. Beautiful. A few hours later and we have smelted our way up to level 67 smithing, so we are now only 3 levels away, and you can see in the chat it only took 47 days and 12 hours. That is my current play time on the account. I think when I rolled into Landr it was something like 20 days. I think when I started Obor, or when I finally killed Obor, the account was up to 600 hours. We're now over 1,000 hours, and I'd already mined a hell of a lot before we even started Obor. So there's just a bit of a demonstration to show you how much time and effort has gone into these last couple of episodes. I know it's not the most riveting content, just mining and smithing and smelting and all these XP lamps. It will get better in the future, but for now, level 67 smithing, and we are only 3 to go. Each level feels like a milestone, it feels like a big achievement because it's taken so long. There's no anvil to use, but there it is, level 68 smithing, and that's pretty much all of the resources that I've had in the bank now used. I've got maybe a few more, maybe a couple hundred more, I'm not totally sure. But yeah, level 68 smithing and just 2 more levels to go. 2 big levels, 2 long levels, but only 2. We've done 68, we can do 2 more. It's actually really lucky that I've just got this dunce random event, because I got one about an hour and a half ago and I put it on the wrong skill. I put it on smithing, when I forgot that I had actually started doing it to crafting instead. But there we go, our first level of the video is 38 crafting. That takes us to within 5 levels of our goal of level 43. There is a long running joke that I just get cabbages and onions and boots from mystery boxes. So what am I going to get this time? Hey, a loot path with key. I'm not sure how rare that is, but it's actually something that's fairly decent to get. I'm actually kind of happy. The playtime on Chunk Danny has just hit a mind-boggling 50 days of in-game time. I started this account on the 29th of February, and 5 months later I have 50 days, so I'm averaging 10 in-game days a month, which to be honest is quite embarrassing how much I've been playing this account. But I rolled Lumbridge on April the 24th, so 3 months ago roughly, since on the day of recording this clip that I rolled Lumbridge and started the mining grind. So we've now hit 50 days, so I'm going to say since April the 24th we've played this account for 30 in-game days, just going off the laws of averages, because I haven't really played more than I was before. So that kind of shows you how long this mining and smithing grind has been. Once I finish, I will work out like how much XP I've got per day and have a graphic on that on the screen. But 50 in-game days, and I would say over half of that has been mining and smithing, so that's an insane amount of time. 50 days obviously is 1200 hours, so I'd probably say 700 hours mining and smithing. Insane. Another dance random event, and it's going to get us another crafting level. We've got very lucky with lamps so far this episode, and there it is, level 39 crafting. Now just 4 levels to go. You get another mystery box. Can we get 2 decent rewards in a row? And we get the 3,000 coins. That is rare drop table. I believe that's back-to-back rare drop table, which is quite mad considering for the first 15 or so I just got pure cabbage and cheese. My friend Edgy Bob has just watched my last video where I got the fox whistle, and he is in agreement with Chunklius that it should not be a running joke that I am spooned, because it is in fact true. And to be honest, he just seems a bit salty that RNG is slightly favourable towards me instead of others, but I think it's just jealousy, you know? I think it's just jealousy. But anyway, if you remember the name EdgyBob044, then you are a true OG and fan of the Chunk Denny YouTube. He was obviously in the second episode where I was getting 58 cooking, and he was the only one there to celebrate that milestone with me. Now he is still in Edgeville, as he is a chunker himself, but he has since rolled Lumbridge, and as such on the 70 mining grind and smithing grind that I was on. So shout out to him, shout out to my favourable RNG, and yeah, it's like it's not nice to just like be jealous. Like, just be happy for me, you know, just be happy for me. There's no need to be salty. If you take a quick glance at the right hand toolbar on the screen, you can see that level 70 requires 588 smithing XP. We have 5,300 silver ore banked, and we only have to bank less than 600 more XP until we finished. That is how much longer we have. 43 silver ore to go, and we are finally done. 3.5 months nearly, and we are so nearly done. It's going to be an amazing feeling walking back to the bank after our last trip of mining silver. We only needed 43, I think it was. until we had banked level 70. And this is just confirmation of that. We have just banked 54. So we are done. Mining is done. Refresh calculator. Yeah, we've banked level 70. I can't believe I'm done. I'm done mining. I'm done walking back and forwards between that mine. It's all I've done for 3 months. I am so happy. All we have to do now is smith it all. And we're done! On this inventory of silver, just smelting it in the Edgeville furnace, we are getting level 69 smithing. Nice. First of all, it's a very nice level. You can probably tell in my voice, I'm in a good place. I've overcome the hurdle. It took it out of me, and I had the mental strength to persevere. It's not as long as some other chunk accounts have had to do on some grinds. But to me, this is the longest grind I've ever done on this game. And I managed to get through it, so... Yes! 1 level to go, and a total level of 975. It has been a long time since I fought Obor. Probably a couple months at this point, so inevitably I'm going to be rusty during this fight, and I'm actually on the enchant ring spell, which isn't ideal, but we get the snare off and it should just be plain sailing from here. But I thought I would come and take a couple kills at Obor because I need some alcohols to aid towards the 5 million Edgeville respawn, which will be the next big goal after the mining and smithing. So yeah, just running around Obor, just going to include this kill because yeah, it's been a while since I've included some Obor content, and hopefully we can spoon another drop. Well, that's not ideal, getting smacked into the wall 15, but it's fine, we'll just run from corner to corner like our tactic is. And we're getting quite low on health. I'm not really liking this, so I might have to use a couple more snares, but I'd rather save the nature runes if possible. Okay, this is getting squeaky bum time now. And oh no, I've splashed. And oh no, I'm down to 6 HP. No! Oh my. Okay, I did tell you I'd be rusty before that fight started, so oh my goodness. It's not ideal, that is it? Decided to go back to Obor straight after just to avenge myself and just make myself feel a bit better, because a bit embarrassing dying to Obor once you've already greenlogged him, but there we go. Just showing Obor who's boss, and we get a nice death rune drop. We are now 1 kill away from having a very nice kill count. Now that I'm so close to level 70 smithing, I've actually stopped getting smithing XP, just a couple hundred XP before level 70. I'm just waiting till a few of my friends are online all at the same time so that the clan announcement will go off together, so they have helped me through that, and it will be a nice moment to share with everyone at the same time. So in the meantime, I will be fletching all of the 8 or so thousand U logs that are in my bank account, in my bank, and yeah, we're going to get 79 smithing. The banked XP plugin is telling me it's a great plugin. This, you've probably seen it in the last few videos, but I use it quite a lot. The only annoying thing is for me is when you're trying to calculate smithing, it doesn't take into account bronze, the components that make bronze, so tin and copper, which has been very annoying for me because that's one of the main things I've been mining, secondly behind silver. But yeah, we are fletching. We'll be fletching probably all day now. Yeah, there's 7,000 U-logs left. We've just hit level 76 fletching, which I did actually miss. And yeah, it's going to annoy me to get 79. I'm currently 79 mining, and I'll be 79 fletching. So I'm thinking I might mine to 80, just power mine iron or something, and then seeing as I need 5 million coins and the logs I have aren't actually enough to get that I will probably woodcut and then get enough logs to get level 80 fletching as well. That would be a nice little clan announcement if I get 2 80s and a 70 at the same time. Plus it will soothe the raging OCD that being so close to 2 big milestones gives me. But yeah, positive aspects on the account going forwards. A long day of fletching gives us the reward from going from level 75 all the way up to level 79, just as I said. We have enough bank to get to within 55,000 XP of level 80. So once we have finished cutting all the logs we've got, we're just going to be doing some wood cutting, cutting some willows, cutting some yews, whatever we feel like at the time, and just cutting down the experience to level 80. Not a chunk task, but just it will look good, and it's a huge level. Starting the mining grind has really drilled it home just how long it's going to take to hit level 70 smithing. To get level 70 smithing purely from silver is 53,000 silver ore into bars. We took a quick break from Obor just to do a few inventory of silver. I was very close to level 50 anyway. I'm used to just going to the blast furnace and getting crazy amounts of XP per hour. As we just hit level 60 smithing there. Right. Today is the day we get 70 smithing. I have 2 friends with me and I am waiting on a third. These 3 I would say are the main people who have been there for me throughout this entire grind. Either they've experienced it themselves, or they've done similar, or they have to do this grind in the future. They are Chunklius, Extremely Lost, and the famous IR Chonky Man, who have all agreed to join me and be with me when I get this massive level that I worked so hard for. Now my inventory is a bit interesting. There are 5 skills that we are going to get, and I have been saving these up for a couple days, as you can tell by the 3 XP lamps in my inventory. I didn't want to waste them, so I just kept them in my inventory. So yeah, let's go spam the CC with a bunch of levels. In first, level 40 range. Up second, level 40 crafting. Up next, the big one, 70 smithing. And with one swing of my pickaxe, gives me a massive mining level, level 80. And all that's left now is 80 fletching. We can now make magic short bows. 5 massive levels. My 3 friends are here with me. The CC is going crazy. It's done. It's all done. The only things now I have to do is 43 crafting and 5 million for the respawn, and I can roll. It's within touching distance now, and I just wanted to say a big thank you to these 3 who at some point have had to motivate me, because I just, stopped me giving up. And yeah, a lot of you are probably thinking 70 smithing isn't like that big of a grind, but the worst part is walking turn back from the bank. Like, it's like a 2-minute walk, I'd say, and because you're level 1 agility, carrying all of the ores to and from the bank, like, it's so tedious. It takes such a long time as well because I did it all with a bronze pickaxe. So I've got up to 80 mining with a bronze pickaxe, mining silver and bronze. So 3.5 months after we rolled this chunk, we have completed what we set out to do, which was 70 mining and 70 smithing. We can now tick those off the to-do list and focus on the last two, which is 5 million and 43 crafting. As you can see, I used those lamps straight onto crafting. Like, I didn't want to just waste them on something else to free up the inventory, so I saved them. And yeah, thanks everyone. Right, here is my cumulative experience gained in mining. And this is starting on the 4th of March, which was just after I made my account. I had 35 all the way up until the start of May, or the end of April, which is when I rolled Lumbridge and unlocked a pickaxe. So between the end of April and the 7th of August, I received 1.9 million experience. And that I did have a couple of weeks in the middle where I didn't do any mining. That was when I was on holiday and was getting ready to have a daughter. So I think you can give me the benefit of the doubt for those 2 weeks. But apart from that, you can see that I was mining pretty much constantly. Not when I was not busy. So bearing in mind this never went above 4,000 XP an hour, and I ended up on 2 million. That's at least 500 hours, and there were days where I was getting 3k because I was working, or 2k. So you can clearly see why that's going 500, 600, 700 hours in total. It's genuinely mind-boggling how slow it was, and if I roll another smithing grind, say 85 smithing, to be honest, I might just backlog it because I don't know if I can take doing that again. Unless I get a better method, if I get Motherlode Mine or if I get an anvil, then that changes things. But if I have to go back to Edgeville Mine to get another smithing goal, I probably will just backlog it at that point, because that's not something that I will enjoy. Now if we have a quick look at the smithing graph, there we go. You can see that before I unlocked Lumbridge I was lamping smithing, and here we go. You can see that I'm getting minimal amounts of XP. And between the end of February and the start of May, I had 4,000 smithing XP, which I think is level 15. And then yeah, we just did it in chunks. Mined a lot, smithed a lot, mined a lot, smithed a lot, mined a lot, smithed a lot. I'm so happy it's done. I know I've talked about it a lot, and I'm sorry if it's getting boring, but I just wanted to put a bit of like an image to the words, so I could actually like just show you the process of what I've been doing, and to show that I actually have been mining literally every day. I think in the past 30 days I was mining for 27 of them. For as long as I can, I have been putting off the 5 million Edgeville respawn. But now that there is basically nothing else to do, it is time to liquidate my entire bank, including bows, bowstrings, bars, all of the bronze items I've made, some ores, and basically everything that I won't need going forward. It also means taking out the placeholders of the rune items that I've got from Obor. I will be keeping one of each item, but we will be taking everything else out of the bank in order to make this 5 million. Now I know for a fact that I have 5 million banked, But what is the factor is how many silver bars will I have to sell? My guess is I'm going to have to sell at least 20,000 of them, alongside every single of the 27,000 willow longbows and also the 10,000 yew longbows. We do have the option of selling some runes, but I don't think we're going to be going ahead with that option because I think runes will be very important to the count going forward, as I also don't have a rune shop. So we're just going through here, releasing all the stuff that we no longer need. I will be keeping both earth staffs just in case I have a bit of a boo-boo and end up losing one, because the value of them is quite low comparatively with other things. So if I did happen to die to a PK with an earth staff, I might actually end up losing the earth staff. So I'm going to be keeping both of those. But yeah, if you have a look at my invent, I've got 174,000 coins, nearly 39,000 silver bars, as well as just a random smattering of items. So yeah, let's get into the selling, and I think I'm going to have to hop at least probably 3,000 times to the general store. It is not going to be fun at all, but let's go. One of the biggest questions I have is how many of each item should I sell in each world? Obviously I have a lot of small stacks, so as I'll be hopping loads, I will be selling one of those per world. But with the big items such as the bows and the bars, I don't know how many of each item I should sell per world. Now if you didn't know, when you sell an item to the general store, it starts at low alchemy price, which is actually 40% of the item's original like in-game price. And each additional item you sell, the price goes down 3%. So you sell one yew longbow for 256 coins, as that's the low alchemy price. The item then gets 3% less money when you sell it 10 times, and when you get to the 10th, when there are 10 items in stock, it stays selling for 10%. So if you sell 10 items, the 11th item and the 50th item will both sell for 10%. So the method is you want to maximize your money you're going to make, but also not spend all month hopping. So ideally you would sell one per world in every world, but that's not really viable because then you'd be hopping 30,000 times, there'd be hop limits and all these things. So to start with, I'm going to sell 5 silver bars per world, and I'm actually in a free-to-play world now, so this is going horribly wrong. But I think to start with, I'm going to sell 5 uncut yew longbows per world, 10 unstrung willow bows, and 5 silver bars per world, and we'll see how it goes. We can always change it if we're not making enough money or if we're running out of the item. So yeah, it's just occurred to me actually while I'm hopping around selling stuff that I've actually got all my rune items in my inventory, and that is just a catastrophe waiting to happen. I really don't want to accidentally sell them to the store. So I'm just going to alch them really quickly. Obviously high alch price is much higher than low alch price. So selling them to the general store would genuinely just be an absolute nightmare. So we're going to avoid that and just quickly alch them all here. And the cash stack's already over 400k. So we've got 5 rune meds. It should take it up to about 480k. And then a 4 rune longsword. So we're looking at probably just over 550k once I finish alching all of my rune items. That's a very promising start indeed. And yeah, we'll check back periodically, just see how things are going, maybe adjust how many we're selling per world and things like that. But yeah, it's going really well so far. So we've got through all of our small stacks, and now we only have 5 stacks of items left, mainly being the bows, the bars, the rune plate bodies, and also 1 U longbow strung per world. Currently getting about 3,000 gold a world, which is quite beautiful, I won't lie. And we have just hit the 1 million coin cash stack. So that's the first time we've seen that on this account, 1 million coins. It is obviously going to get 5 times higher than that. But after 52 days of game time, we finally have a cash stack of more than 1 million. And yeah, that actually feels pretty good to see. And it's quite depressing that after all this work and after all this effort of hopping around selling everything, we're going to lose the money instantaneously. But there you go. So we're back a bit later, just hit the 2 million coin mark. So we're 2/5 of the way there. Obviously the first million was much quicker than all the others will be because I had all of the rune items to AUK. So yeah, it's not as quickly as it was, but it's not going too slowly at all. We're still getting some good money per world. We have run out of the strung U longbows, so we only got 4 items we're selling each world now. And we're currently doing 10 silver bars, 10 willow longbows, 5 U longbows, and 1 bronze plate body. You've just hit 2 million coins, and yeah, free to go. So this is what I was worried about when I started doing this grind. Too many login attempts. So basically I've hopped too many times in a short period of time, so now Jagex is not letting me log in. I think you get 1 extra login attempt per minute, and there's a limit of, I think it's 500, but don't quote me on that because I'm not actually 100% sure. But yeah, each minute you get an extra login attempt, so I think it will take a good few hours to replenish them, and it's quite late at the minute, so I'm just gonna bank everything. I am going to go to bed because I have been hopping around 500 times, I think it's been, since I've started, and I'm tired, so yeah, bedtime for me. Welcome back to a new day where all of my hops have been replenished, and we've just hit 2.5 million, so we've just hit the halfway mark. We've got 31,000 silver bars left, 13,000 willow longbows, and just over 5,000 U longbows. As it stands, I don't think I'm going to make 5 million without selling about 20,000 of the silver bars at the end. I think we're about 300,000 or 400,000 short, so I might do a bit of wood cutting if I need to AFK at any point, because then I can fletch the bows and make it so I don't need to sell quite as many silver bars right at the end. And just like I said, doing some AFK wood cutting while I've got some time, and we've just hit level 88 wood cutting. We are just about to hit 4 million gold on the account, with 4,000 willow bows left, 2,000 U's and 23,000 silver. We're currently making about 1,900 gold every time we hop, and we will run out of bows with about 200,000 coins remaining. So it may be a case of just spamming the silver bars right at the end. But we're getting very close now, and the bows will take us most of the way, and the silver bars will finish us off. I got my calculations slightly wrong. We've just hit 4.9 million gold, and we've only got 5 bows left. So we're going to, this is the last hop, and now we're just going to spam the last of the silver bars. I think we'll have about 10,000 left. We started with 38,000, so we've already sold 20,000 whilst we've been hopping. This is going to be painful, but let's mass sell these silver bars, because quite frankly I've been doing this for hours across several days and it's very tedious, and I just want it to be over, so I can't be bothered to hop more. I'm just going to sell them all. The cash stack is slowly getting to the fabled 5 million. We're very close to being done now, and I think it looks like we're going to have 12,000 bars left. So we're just finishing now. Can we get a nice round 5 million? There we go. 5,038 coins is all we have on the account. So let's go and get this 5 mil, which the 5mm respawn, which I believe is purchased from Death's office. I'm not actually 100% sure, I haven't looked it up, but to be honest, that makes the most sense to me. Have you come to retrieve something? No. More options. Can I change how I die? Is that the right option? Okay, no, it doesn't look like there's actually an option to select the 5 million respawn. Maybe it's from Crystalia, and maybe that makes more sense. So we'll head over to Crystalia and we'll see if she can give us the 5 million respawn. Okay, let's see if Crystalia has the option. Yeah, what do you want? More options maybe? What can you do apart from the Slayer Master stuff is probably the option that makes the most sense. Perhaps you'd like... Okay, here we go, the Edgeville respawn. Tell me more. And yeah, I believe we found the option. So there's one-off payment of 5 million coins, which has taken me 54 days to acquire. There we go. The Edgeville respawn has been bought, has been purchased. It has been one of my tasks since the beginning of my account creation all those months and months ago. So now I'm just going to suicide. For the very first time I will spawn in Edgeville, so I just want to check that out. Obviously killing yourself with nettles takes a while, so I will just speed this up. And there we are, respawned in Edgeville with my beautiful gravestone. That is genuinely beautiful, and I do not feel at all miserable that I've just spent 5 million coins on that. But now my bank value is sitting at 11 million with only 38 coins, which is very depressing. The last skilling challenge that we have to do in this chunk is to just get 43 crafting. We're currently level 40, so all we need to do is get 3 levels worth. And we're going to do that by killing cows, telegrabbing the cow raw beef, and then cooking that on a range to make sinew, which we can then spin into a crossbow string. Spinning a sinew into a crossbow string gives you the same amount of XP as spinning flax does, so it's 15 XP a time, and we need to kill 700 cows, and that will give us enough sinew to hit level 43 crafting. But if we get any random events or lamps or anything in the meantime, that will go quicker. To be honest, if we do get any lamps, I probably won't lamp crafting now, as we have quite a good method here. I'll probably start lamping Hunter again instead. But yeah, this shouldn't take too long. I'm not expecting this to take more than just a couple of hours. We're getting some pretty decent magic XP killing these cows, and we've just hit level 57 magic. We have to cost over 700 telekinetic grabs, so that's got at least 28,000 XP plus the XP for killing the cows itself. So I'm expecting to get up to maybe level 59 magic from this grind. Level 59 magic coming in. I think that's the last magic level we're going to get from this grind, but we can now cast Fire Blast, which is really nice. I don't know when I'm going to use that, but I'm sure I'll use that in the future, as it's the best Death Rune spell. We're getting close now to getting all the raw beef we need. I think there's only a couple hundred left, so once we've done that we can quickly get the rest of this chunk finished. There we are, 700 raw beef cooked into sinew. We now have 43 crafting banks. All we need to do now is go and spin it on the Lumbridge spinning wheel. But I realised something that made me feel like a complete idiot that I haven't noticed before. We have 5 quest steps to do before we can finish this chunk. Those quest steps involve Cook's Assistant, which is probably the easiest quest on the game, unless you take into account Doric's quest, which is arguably just as easy. Now, I can only do the 2 steps where you give him an egg and you give him the pot of flour. But there's actually no way of getting flour without killing imps. And killing imps drops flower at a 1 in 64 drop rate. So what that means is I am going to have to kill God knows how many imps just to get the pot of flower. I really hope it doesn't take too long. I see people in the CC killing hundreds and hundreds of imps and they just don't drop what they need. So I hope that's not the case here. I only need one pot of flower and then I can genuinely finish the chunk. So let's see how long it takes. So anyone who has killed imps before knows they teleport away, and it's genuinely so annoying because they always teleport outside of the chunk and I genuinely just can't make it there. So after a few kills I normally have to hop around and find the new one. Obviously they're not always in the spawn where they should be and all those other things, so it just adds unnecessary time and it's really annoying. So I started killing imps on about 60 kills. I had 60 kills from right back at the start of my account when I needed a pot of flour for the pita bread. So I've killed so far about 140 imps. The next imp is actually the 200th kill. So we're getting very dry. We're over 2 times the drop rate, and the running joke of me being spooned have been proven untrue. So I want to hear no more of me being spooned in the comments, because this is proof that I am not spooned. But yeah, kill 200 to be good at this kill? No. Let's keep going. Oh my god, we finally got it on about 260 kills later. So we started on kill 60 and we got it on kill number 320. That's a 1 in 64 drop, and it took us 260 kills to get, so over 4 times the rate, which is pretty disgusting. But I had the record run ready because I was about to hit a new milestone on the account, quite a big level to be honest, and I was nowhere near this level when I started killing imps. So I'm just gonna kill a man just to get the level, just because I am within about 40 experience points. But there you go, level 60 magic on the account. All that's left to do now is to turn in the egg and the pot of flour to the cook, start Rune Mysteries, start the Restless Ghost, I think it's the Restless Ghost anyway, and do the first 2 steps of X marks the spot. Following those 5 steps, we just have to do 43 crafting, so spinning 700 sinew into crossbow strings, and then we will be done in this chunk. Spinning the sinew into crossbow strings won't take long at all. We're going to get 41 crafting in this inventory, and then all we need then is to finish the rest for the last 2 levels. Level 42 crafting, just 1 to go now. And the last inventory of sinew into crossbow strings is being completed. Level 43 crafting. We finished every single chunk task we have available to us. We started on the 24th of April and it's now the 10th of August, so 3.5 months we have finally finished every single possible thing in this chunk. So we're just going to cut the diamond, which is the chunk task, and we will finally be done. There you go, chunk task complete, cut a diamond, 107.5 XP per diamond. And now we just have to look forward to what we're going to roll, but we'll go through that in a second. Let's have a quick look at the bank. Total level of 996. Let's go through our bank and see what we've achieved in this chunk. So we have 38 coins in the bank, not bad considering the bank is worth 12.6 million. We have a nice amount of herbs and amount of seeds, although we can't use any of those yet. We have a nice amount of ensouled heads too. Our best food on the account is still fried onions, although we have some chicken, beef and bread as well. Now when it comes to runes, we don't have actually that many runes left. We have quite a lot of body runes, a nice amount of death runes. We've used over probably 900 of our lore runes teleporting when we were smithing on the Lumbridge anvil, as well as when we had to telegrab 750 raw beef, and only 27 nature runes, so we're running really low on runes, although we've got loads and loads of arrows for future range training. That takes us down to our mining and our smithing tab, which has taken a massive hit in the past few days. We have 24 silver ore and 12,000 silver bars, 0 iron ore, 0 mithril ore, 0 adamant ore, 0 adamant bars because we sold it when we were selling to the general store, although we do have 2,400 iron bars for when we have a smithing anvil in the future, as well as having loads of gems for when we can create jewellery. We got nearly 200 birds nests just about, including a fox whistle as well, and some forestry leaves, as well as the obor drops, of which we have 1 of each left, and the clue items, of which we only have completed about 9. With all that said and done, it is time to roll. Our chunk is completed, and I can't believe it's been completed because it's taken us 3.5 months. But without further ado, let's get ahead and roll. Okay, so here is my chunk picker map. We have now completed both of these tasks, and as such, we have finished the chunk. We have completed 38 out of 38 tasks. There are a couple at the bottom, such as obtain a fox whistle, sturdy beehive parts, etc., that I have added onto my chunk because I actually unlocked these, so they weren't actually part of my chunk task when I rolled the chunk initially. So it's time to think about what I could possibly roll here. There are a couple of free rolls. Number 2, for example, has, I believe, no chunk task. So if I roll number 2, that gives me another free roll. I believe it's the same with the monastery because I can't actually get there yet. So yeah, that's the same. There are some quite bad rolls. The Ferox Enclave is a 1 million coin respawn, so that's a potential. So that's a potential 1 mil that I'd have to make. Number 4 here is a 90 mining grind for a size 9 shooting star. Barbarian Village, which is just south of Edgeville, has quite a few, but the highest I believe is 70 crafting for a power amulet, and we can't actually do a slayer ring because we haven't unlocked the slayer task to be able to do it. Right next to Barbarian Village is Western Varrock, which has quite a lot of tasks. Yeah, so there you go. I don't think that'll be too long of a grind. Then you have the Varrock Palace, which has another few tasks. Part Wild Pie, I think that's 85 cooking, so I think I would have to go back to the giant rats maybe to get 85 cooking, which would not be pleasant at all. Then around Lumbridge we have Alcarid, which gives us the gem stool, I believe, yeah. But the only potential chunk task there is the feud. We have South Lumbridge Swamp, which is catch raw anchovies, and also a size 9 shooting star, so that's also 90 mining. So there's two chunks already that have 90 mining. So if I roll both of those, then I will have to get 90 mining either way. Then west of Lumbridge is the ham hideout, so there's a lot of ham stuff. North of Lumbridge is just a couple of quest tasks really, and there's also a big one which is Soul Wars. So dragon armor, runite bolts, soul cape, there's also a pet as well. This is by far the longest chunk, I believe, the Isle of Souls. So we are just going to dive in. We are going to unpick that, and we are going to roll 2. This action is not reversible. We last rolled on the 24th of April. It is now the 10th of August. So it's been 3.5 months. Let's go. Okay, so we have rolled Alcarid and 90 mining. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a quick look at these chunk tasks. And part 1 is the feud. So I am going to unlock chunk number 12. Just want to make sure I do this right. Yeah, there we go. It is now unlocked. So let's go. Okay, so here we are at the edge of our new chunk. This is now unlocked. It is our 4th chunk that we have unlocked. We are going to pay the 10 GP and welcome to our new chunk. It's pretty cool to be in a new area of the game, I'm not gonna lie. Having been in Edgeville for nearly 6 months at this point, 5.5 months. So how do I start the feud? I'm pretty sure I speak to this guy, Ali Morrisane. Why, that's trading him. Okay, so to be honest, I think that's all I have to do. So yeah, that's all I have to do for this chunk for now. So that is a chunk task completed and another completed chunk. So I will be back soon to roll another one. Okay, so we are back with another time to pick a chunk. We now have a few more available chunks to unlock. Alcarid might be a good one because it gives us the ability to tan stuff, so I can always go kill cows for cowhide, for leather stuff. There's also an agility course, so if I do unlock agility, I just need to get to level 20 and then I can train some agility nicely and get some marks of growth too. There also is a crafting shop, which I believe gives me molds. So if I get that chunk, then I can start using my silver bars and get my crafting up. There is also a size 9 shooting star, so there's also 90 slayer and crafter slayering. So I obviously can't do this. Like I said, with Barbarian Village, it would be 70 crafting for the power amulet. And yeah, quite a lot of chunk tasks in there. What about Emmy's Arena? What's the chunk task in that? None. So this is a free roll, and this I believe is also a free roll, but it will also give me access to gold for the future. Oh no, it's not a free roll. There's also 90 mining. So there's 90 mining south, there's 90 mining north, there's also 90 mining north of Edgeville and south of Lumbridge. So 4 out of the possible 14 give me 90 mining immediately. So interesting. Let's roll. Okay, so we have got Emir's Arena and the Kingdom of Mistlin. What chunk tasks do we have here? Cook's Assistant, complete Recipe for Disaster, another cook, Lumbridge during easy task, and obtain gardening boots. So to be honest, they're both pretty free, but for the teleport option, I think I'm going to unlock Emir's Arena. So no new chunk tasks. So we're going to be rolling again in a minute, but let's head back to the main game and let's go unlock our new chunk. So on the world map, unlock Emir's Arena, and here we go. We now have a teleport we can use because it teleports us right here. So yeah, that is beautiful. I think we actually had that anyway. Just realized we actually had that anyway. So now we have all of this area to unlock. Some new music tracks, which is always nice. Few item spawns. Nothing too wild in this chunk. Doesn't look like there's anything around really. Maybe. No, can't even fight those. No, to be honest, there's nothing really here. So let's go back to the chunk picker and roll again. Okay, we are back with the third roll of the day, of the hour. We now have the Mage Training Arena, which is, oh, that's a big boy. There's a lot of a lot of tasks there, including 90 mining and wielding a magic shortbow, which would be an insta task done. We would have to be able to burn magic logs, which I think is 75 fire making, and magic shield. I'm not actually sure. I think that's roughly 90 fletching. A lot of stuff, obtaining obviously all the drops, all of infinity, bones to peaches, master wand. So that is a big chunk. Obviously got the abandoned mine somehow next to us. No chunk task there either. We also have the Giant's Plateau, which is a lot of smithing, and also wielding a rune crossbow. So I'm not actually sure what smithing level this is, but if you're crafting a rune crossbow, I'm just gonna say it's quite a high one. Smith a rune 2-8 short, there you go. So it's actually 99 smithing. 99 smithing there, and a hell of a long chunk above us. Let's roll. Oh my, so we've got Mage Training Arena and Eastern Varrock. So let's see what is... No, sorry, Western Varrock. So Smith and Adamant Plate Body is 85 smithing, I think. Might be 88 smithing. So that instantly makes you want to do Mage Training Arena, but even then... oh no, even then that is 90 mining. Let's have a look at all these chunk tasks again. So we've got Magic Shortbow, which is honestly great for the account, so that would be really nice to have. Bones to Peaches, burn magic logs. Oh, this is going to be such a long chunk, but I don't want to do 85 smithing, whatever the smithing level is. So I think it's going to take a hell of a long time, and I have 99 woodcutting passively from Lumbridge. But I think I'm going to roll the Mage Training Arena. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't believe that. Look at all these tasks. Infinity Top, Master 1, Mage's Book, Infinity Hat, Magic Shield, Infinity Bottoms, Infinity Boots, Infinity Gloves, Bones to Peaches, and 90 mining. So I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to escape the mines of Edgeville. But there you go. This will be picked up in the next episode. We are just going to go and unlock it for now. And oh, this is going to take me so long. Oh my goodness. So yeah, here we are. Unlock the Mage Training Arena. This is now a chunk that we have. Got a new bank here as well. Magic trees either side. This is going to be our home for the next however long. So, after doing a bunch of calculations, if I want to greenlog the Mage Training Arena, I would need all of these items. So full infinity, every wand, the Mage's Book, and Bones to Peaches. So this estimates that I would need 5,000 lore runes, 10,000 nature runes, actually 12,500 nature runes, and 5,000 cosmic runes. Now in theory, that shouldn't be too hard to get. But I have no viable way, really, of collecting all of these runes. The best method I have, excluding Obor, of collecting lore runes is by killing Chaos Druids. And they drop lore runes 1 in 18. The best way I have of collecting nature runes is from killing thugs. And the best method I have of getting cosmic runes is from killing hill giants, which drop 2 at a 1 in 64 drop rate. Now what this means is, if I go on rate having to kill these monsters to collect all of these runes, I would have to kill 48,000 Chaos Druids to collect all my lore runes. I would need to kill 330,000 hill giants to collect all of my cosmic runes, and to collect all of my nature runes I would need to kill over 120,000 thugs. So what this means is I would have to kill 500,000 monsters just to get the runes required to greenlug the Mage Training Arena. Now, this is not viable, and this would probably take well over a year to kill all of those monsters, especially as I don't have the best gear or the best stats. So I am taking the hard decision to backlog the Mage Training Arena until I have a viable source of runes, whether that's a mage shop or something like that, or a way of rune crafting them all. Say if I unlock Guardians of the Rift, then this will instantly unbacklog and I have to do that all. But for now, I will be backlogging the Mage Training Arena. You look at my map, now that I have backlogged the Mage Training Arena, I am left with these tasks: 75 fire making to burn some magic logs, 87 fletching to fletch a magic shield, 60 magic to cast Bones to Peaches. We actually already have 60 magic, but this task shouldn't be available to us because we've backlogged Mage Training Arena. 90 mining to mine a size 9 shooting star, 52 prayer, which we have, we just need to go and do the task. 50 range, so we only need to get 40 to 50 range, so nice and easy. 75 wood cutting, which is cutting some magic logs, which we have 75. We actually have 88, we just need to go and do the task. Obtain a magic short bow. All I need to do is cut one magic log, cut it into a short bow, and then string it. Obtain a magic shield, which is 87 fletching, and then 2 diary tasks, which are listed above, which is prayer, whilst praying smite, which we can do, and the other task I believe is to cut some magic logs. So a sizable grind still, 90 mining and 87 fletching, the two main ones, obviously 75 farm making too. So yeah, let's go and let's get on with it.